and release. In regards to a classified employee, the board voted unanimously with all trustees voting yes to terminate a classified employee's employment with the district. Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and Management. Information received. Now, we're going to go ahead and move to approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda before we proceed?
President Coffey, I have a change.
Yes.
I would like to please move consent 1A to the end of action.
To the end of action?
Yeah. So it becomes action number 14.
Okay. Okay.
And I'll move.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Sarah Kirby-Gonzalez, second by Alvin Agus. And since we have a teleconference, we are going to be doing roll call vote. So Vice President Pizzotti?
Aye.
Clerk Kirby-Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Wong?
Aye.
Trustee Venegas?
Aye.
And I too say aye.
And student board member.
And your student board member? Awesome. Awesome. Okay. And so we'll go ahead and move that. Now we're going to go ahead and move on to our communications and celebrations in recognition of the West Sacramento Mosaic Lodge Bike Giveaway. Yorgos.
Good evening, President Coffey, trustees, and esteemed members of our audience. Before I begin, I also want to introduce next to me is Mr. Robert Belli, representing the West Sacramento Masonic Lodge, located just on Jefferson Boulevard.
Good evening.
Tonight is really an opportunity for us to celebrate students. This is our last school board meeting of the school year. And we want to finish on some incredible momentum, celebrating some incredible students that have achieved a lot of great things throughout this school year. Oftentimes you hear Washington Unified and elsewhere in other communities, we use a common phrase that it takes a village to raise a child. Our partnership and our friendship actually with the local Masonic Lodge is a perfect example of us coming together with community partners to celebrate our students. So tonight is also an opportunity for us to express our gratitude to the Masonic Lodge and to all of our community partners for their critical role in supporting our students and supporting student outcomes as well. So this particular opportunity arose in 2015. I was contacted by Mr. Belli and the Masonic Lodge with the intent of literally celebrating students that had amazing attendance throughout the school year. As you know, there's a lot of different factors that go into attendance that contribute to missed days, non-missed days, and all that. A lot of that was made prevalent, especially during the COVID era, and the impact that it has in the classroom and for our students' academic growth and achievement. Since then, we wanted to continue the momentum once we kind of got through that initial hurdle of the COVID phase, but we wanted to also expand out with different criteria for students that would be nominated for these particular bicycles as a prize, as an award for their hard work. So what we came up with in terms of criteria was nominating recipients based on various areas, including attendance, academic growth, personal growth, leadership qualities, and being an all-around great representative for their individual school community. So right now in front of us, we have 20 brand new mountain bikes and helmets for safety purposes. Excuse me? Oh, good to know that the West Sacramento Police Department donated the helmets. So again, it's an opportunity for us to expand the reach of this program, but it shows that our partners are always with us along the way. And these bicycles, there's 20 of them. They will be handed out to 20 fifth grade students from each of our K-8 campuses in Washington Unified. That's 20 classrooms of fifth graders. In terms of the criteria, these individuals were nominated by their school administration for meeting each of these criteria and showing incredible growth in their individual journey throughout this school year. So without any further ado, I want to turn it over for a quick second to Mr. Belli if he has any remarks, and then we'll ask our students to come up.
I want to thank you and the board for allowing us to do this. It's been a pleasure and a joy for us, and we would like to continue every year with this program. Thank you very much.
All right, for the exciting part, I'm going to go through the list of names of our fifth graders that will be receiving bicycles. If your name is called, please come up to the front, and all you need to do at this time is just stand next to a shiny bicycle. As soon as we have all of our students up here, there's a couple that weren't able to make it at the last minute. If you're not able to be here this evening and you're listening or following along, we'll also reach out to you. The bicycles will stay here overnight in the locked room, and they'll also be available for pickup tomorrow for anyone that needs to do that, or we can make other arrangements if a family contacts us directly. So I'll read through the list of names, and then we'll have the students come up, and we'll also ask the board to do a photo op after. So from Bridgeway Island Elementary School, we know that she is unfortunately not able to attend, but Lily Parker, Chayton Callahan, Armagon Momad, Alfonso Martinez. If you're here, please come to the front.
Grandma's gonna.
Grandma's here. Fantastic.
And I'm a retiree from Bridgeway Islands.
And she's a retiree from Bridgeway Island, so she is officially a B. All right, from Elkhorn Village, Brandon Angulo, Estefany Barrera Cortez, and Kassar Adil. If you're here, please come to the front. From Riverbank, Natalie Chavez Betancourt and Natalie Flores Fregoso. From Southport, Davis Fan, Notorious Owens, and Afzal Ferouz. From Stonegate, Enya Marshall, Kalevi Dronadalo, and Mark Billos. From Westfield, we have Andrea Gutierrez and Aseya Niazi. From Westmore Oaks, we have Saeed Sadat and Jocelyn Damian. And from the Washington Unified Virtual Academy, we have Mohammed Zazai. All right, a few more absences than we anticipated this evening, but we understand it's getting close to the end of the school year. Studies are also a priority, extracurriculars are also a priority, but we do want to celebrate our students that are here this evening, their campuses, their school communities, for everything that they also contribute to their amazing growth and their academic journey. So thank you. We'll ask the board to come down at the front at this time to take a photo. Let's have everyone look direction towards me. We'll open up some more. On three, look at this one. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Anyone else? So students and families, you are free to take your bicycles. We ask that you just don't ride them down the stairs. We have amazing elevators that should fit everything. And thank you very much for being here.
Well, they can go downstairs and take pictures. With their bikes.
Okay, you guys are important ones. You're giving them away. We're not important.
Yeah. Sim-
All right, so one more photo up. Are there any other lodge members that are in the audience? Okay, look this direction this time. Students, if you could look this direction. Lodge members, board. On three. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. So while
All right.
they stroll their way out on with their lovely bikes, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next, as we do have a packed agenda.
Sounds good.
Recognition of the achievement and academic journey of 2 current class of 2024 River City High School seniors. Yorgos.
Hello again. As we transition, I'm going to take an opportunity to introduce Anselmo Marin from Elkhorn Village. If he could please join me at the podium. I wanted to introduce him real quick, but he is going to have the privilege of speaking to you on behalf of these 2 students who have been part of Washington Unified from day one in terms of their academic journey. They are incredible students. They have a lot to share in terms of their achievements. I know they also have another team of staff and teachers from Elkhorn Village here this evening, and I'll let Anselmo introduce them as well. But we are here to recognize Bianca Romero and Candelario Araza. With
At this time, I'd like to invite my MESA co-advisors from Elkhorn and River City and community volunteers. So, as Yorgo said, my name is Anselmo Marin. This is my 16th year in Washington Unified. 14 of those years have been as a MESA advisor for the middle school program. 9 of those years were also as a elementary MESA advisor.
Good evening. My name is Carmen Wright at Elkhorn. I'm also a advisor for MESA. I've been doing it maybe 5+ years. Okay, thank you.
Phyllis Cruz with River City, been advising for 9 years.
I'm Delia Bethel, and I'm a resident of West Sacramento, and I've been a community volunteer with MESA and Avid at Elkhorn for 11 years.
Mr. Hevelin Martinez was also one of the River City advisors, could not be here this evening, but he was also instrumental in a lot of this. So a little bit of context, for those of you that are unfamiliar with MESA, MESA is a hands-on STEM program that's available through middle school and the high school. As of 5 or 6 years ago, it used to be a elementary MESA program as well, but then there was a change in that from statewide. But we're here to honor two separate students that have been in MESA since elementary school and are now graduating seniors and going on to college. So at this time, I'd like to invite Bianca Romero to come on up. So this is Bianca Romero, and she joined elementary or K-5 MESA all the way back in September of 2011. As the advisor at the time, I distinctly remember the first day because Bianca's godfather walked her in and introduced her saying, "This is Bianca, and she's going to Stanford." Which I was like, no pressure, but hey, we can make this happen. He continued to walk Bianca in just about every Monday after school because she was so shy to come to Mesa just by herself. Over the next 5 years, Bianca continued coming to elementary Mesa, gaining confidence in herself, making new friends, collaborating on STEM projects, signing up for math competitions, and participating in the project and event competitions. By the end of 5th grade, Bianca was a pro and now led other students into Mesa and was ready for middle school Mesa or 6-8 Mesa. As a middle schooler, Bianca didn't miss a beat. She collaborated on projects like the Popsicle Stick Bridge, Mousetrap Car, and the Balsa Wood Glider. She and her teams won project competitions at the local UC Davis Mesa Day events, leading to regional Mesa Day events at various Northern California colleges. At the end of 8th grade, Bianca was recognized by UC Davis Mesa and was awarded a small scholarship by her Elkhorn Village Mesa advisors for her commitment to STEM and the Mesa program. Since then, Bianca has thrived with high school Mesa. She has participated and collaborated on projects such as the Cargo Glider. As a junior, Bianca became co-president of the River City Mesa Club. Bianca's commitment to Mesa is matched by her commitment to her academics, wonderful personality, easygoing nature. She's a great ambassador for Mesa and a shining example of the opportunities a K-12 Mesa/STEM pipeline could create for all of our Washington Unified students. Bianca was accepted to Sac State and St. Mary's College. She has committed to Sac State and is planning on majoring in biology for pre-med. Congratulations, Bianca. Yeah. At this time, I'd like to call Candelario Arauza to the front. So meet Cande. Candelario joined elementary Mesa as a 4th grader back in 2015. Cande's goal has always been to be an astronomer, and he saw elementary Mesa as his opportunity to reach that goal. Elementary Mesa also gave him the opportunity to be creative, try new things, and meet new people that shared his love of STEM. Cande participated in several math competitions, project competitions, and by 5th grade, Cande had a core group of friends that helped him make the transition into middle school Mesa seamless. In middle school Mesa, Cande teamed up to work on several projects, including the Popsicle Stick Bridge, Mousetrap Car, and Balsa Wood Glider. He and his team participated and won at several UC Davis Mesa events, leading to more regional trips to Mesa Days at various Northern California colleges. By the end of 8th grade, Cande was recognized by UC Davis Mesa and was also awarded a small scholarship by his Elkhorn Village Mesa advisors for his commitment to STEM and the Mesa program. As a high schooler, he has continued his commitment to Mesa. He was part of the driving force to bring the Mesa Club back to River City after the pandemic. He's participated in several projects, including the cargo plane. As a junior, Cande became co-president of the River City Mesa Club with Bianca. As Mesa has helped Cande see that his goal of becoming an astronomer is attainable. He's another shining example of what a K-12 Mesa/STEM pipeline can create for our students in Washington Unified. Cande has been accepted to several colleges, but plans to attend Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and major in engineering. Congratulations, Cande. Thank you.
For you and Candelario. All right. On 1, 2, 3.
All right, and now the recognition of River City High School class of 25th, is that right? Okay. River City High School class of 2015 graduate Eric Arosa for his acceptance of medical school. Yorgos.
Hello again.
I
It's
thought it was
me.
a typo, and I go, wait a minute.
Nope, nope. So we're taking a little bit of a detour tonight. We're going to try something different. It's something that we haven't necessarily done in the past here with much consistency at our board meetings. But this idea was brought up to me by a colleague of ours at the district office. And it was a great opportunity to test the waters and bring in an alumni of Washington Unified to showcase what they are doing after they have left our school district. So at this point, I want to invite Eric Arauza up to the podium with me. I'm going to read off a couple highlights of his academic career, and then I'm going to turn it over to him to emphasize what his next step in his journey is. So just in case he's shy to speak about himself, I want to emphasize that this young man is a first-generation student. He attended Elkhorn Village from K through 8, participated in the AVID program from 6 through 12, graduated from River City High School in 2015. During that time, he also participated and worked in the Parks and Recreation Department for the City of West Sacramento for Kids Zone. In 2019, he graduated from UC Santa Cruz with a degree in molecular biology. And now, he is on his journey to medical school, and that's why he's here today. We want to highlight him as a former student, but we also want to highlight him as a young leader entering the workforce and going on to pursue greater and better after he's left Washington Unified. So with that, Eric.
All right. So good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Arauza. As Yorgos mentioned, I'm a first-generation student, proud resident of the Broderick neighborhood. My family has been here in West Sac since they immigrated from Mexico. Back in, I didn't think this was gonna happen. Since the 1970s, so I graduated from River City High School in 2015. From then, I went to UC Santa Cruz in 2015 and majored in molecular biology. Pathway programs have really built who I am. As he was mentioned, AVID, all the teachers have really, walked me through the whole process. All right. I really wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for Elkhorn. And I'm so happy that all those teachers are here today. In California, there's about 40% Latinos, but 6% Latino physicians. This number is really attributed to a lot of the health inequities and racism that is very alive in our system. So I come here to speak with you to not only show myself as someone who's come from Broderick and is becoming a physician and has really worked his way through all these obstacles, but really to show all of our students that are here today that it really doesn't matter, where we come from. There's a tribe around us that can really walk us through this entire place, this entire system. And I will actually be matriculating to Charles Drew University on a full ride tuition by Sutter Health. And I'm very proud to be representing West Sac. Yeah.
How about we have him go around to you this time for a little bit more of an official feel. So you can go this way. There's a ramp over there. I do want to take a second and just thank the colleague that brought this to my attention, Christy Jordan. This is a great example of us working together throughout our interdepartments. Oftentimes, it's not just me that puts these kind of presentations together. I'm made aware of certain achievements from our individuals that work in the district, that live in our community, that are aware of the amazing things that we're accomplishing together as a team. So we wouldn't be anything together as a team, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really nice. Sorry. So celebration of the Washington Unified School District Visual Arts, Matt Ainsworth.
I get to follow Eric. That's great. Good evening, President Coffey, trustees, Superintendent Hildreth, and Cabinet. Tonight, we're excited to celebrate our visual arts program and recognize the incredible work our students have completed under the guidance of our wonderful visual arts teachers across the district. Joining me tonight to share examples of their student work are Patrick Connell from River City and Erica Powers from Elkhorn Village. I'll turn it over to them. Patrick, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Patrick Connell. I'm the department chair of the Visual and Performing Arts Department of River City High School, and thank you for welcoming me. We have a slideshow of some exceptional pieces of art that were produced by our students this year, and I hope you enjoy it. Progress as you will when I'm through here. Erica is going to present about our elementary program. At River City, we offer several visual art classes. Our introductory courses are 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional design. We offer beginning and advanced ceramics. And our pinnacle course is our advanced placement 2D art and design. I teach 2D design and the AP class. We reach just about 800 students a year. And we do more than just prepare kids for art school and to work in the lucrative design industry. We're a safe place for a lot of students. We're a wonderful opportunity for inclusion of students with disabilities of all kinds, and also our newcomer population. We're a safe haven for a lot of kids who not sure where they fit in, and who are perhaps questioning their identity and their purpose. And that's one thing that I'm very proud of in my work. We're also this is an exciting time to be an art teacher or an art student in California because of the passage of Proposition 28, the art and music in schools. We're anticipating a large infusion of money that's going to present opportunities like we've never seen before. Our students are going to get to experience projects we've never been able to do before, and work with materials we've never been able to afford. So we're very thankful about that. This is a great time to be an art teacher in Washington Unified and an art student. Enjoy. I'm going to pass it over here to Erica Powers.
Hi, I'm Erica Powers, a little bit shorter. And my slides are, the next one's coming up, but as mentioned before, I'm Elkhorn Village visual arts teacher, and I teach 1st through 8th grade. This year, I don't know if I think mine's the next one. So here's a sneak peek into our classroom, so you can get a glance of what the space that they work in. And I have a couple of students who also just do art in their own world, and they bring me back these beautiful little gifts. So there's a beautiful example there. And, oh, sorry, thank you. And that was something that she created at home and gave to me during Teacher Appreciation Week, and just brought tears to my eyes that she just would think of me on her own time. So that was really sweet. Starting with the next slide. We have started a tradition of bringing our kindergarten students into the art class once a year, and we invite them to kind of a buddy system to work with our older students to introduce them to the art world and on our campus, and they get to experience an art project in our classroom, and they also get to see their art displayed during the art showcase once a year during open house. You can move on to the next one. Do I have a button? I can also do. So first grade are some of the most enthusiastic people I know on this planet. They're always so excited to learn about everything, and they're just sponges, and they absorb everything from how to color things in, how to work with water and marker, how to make collages, still life. You can move on to the next one. And here you can see them really just taking on the idea of how to fill in a whole picture plane and drawing still life, and then just thinking about the whole process of it. I love the action shot of her there, that she's really thinking about what she's gonna draw. Go ahead. And second grade, we do a lot of science connections in second grade. We talked about the solar system a lot this year. If you have second graders at home at Elkhorn, they probably talked about auroras and the solar system and the magnetosphere and all kinds of stuff that we touched on this year. We also do a lot more color blending. These are a few more pictures of my second graders working in our classroom. And then they really, we also bring in literature to connect to our art world and explore different ways to use paint instead of just a paintbrush. You could see them blowing on the paint there. They were super excited about this process and just creating an abstract piece and then collaging it together to make a llama. She made herself a llama in that one. And one of my favorite times that they get to participate in art is when they get to do a little bit of free drawing. Not every single lesson ends with extra time, but when they do and they just gather together to create things that just come out the top of their heads, they just create the coolest things. And you can see one of my STC students on the top right, we were creating like a space after like Mae Jemison. And he created a dinosaur. His obsession are dinosaurs. And I did not have the heart to have him put anything space related on top of that because it was just so magical all by itself. He added some salt crystals in it. The picture doesn't do it justice, but it just glistens in the light. And it was just a beautiful piece for him to create in class. Go ahead. Third grade, we do talk about a lot of different artists, and we do a lot of collaborative pieces. And this was just a doodle drawing in 30 minutes that they created, and I thought it was amazing. We put it on a background. It's displayed in our classroom right now as well. We also talk about lots of different artists and how to make our art more 3D. And you can see another one of my special education students. They create such beautiful art regardless of where their background. So that's one thing that I really love about art as well. And then our fourth grade students, they love to learn how to draw more realistic. And then we also talk about, this particular year, we talked a lot about graffiti and pop art. And you can see some Keith Haring and Basquiat, and then some seascapes. And you'll see a lot of their seascapes up close on the next slide. And that they created all on their own. I just teach them how to make the background, and I show them how to do these things in like 5-10 minutes, and this is what they create all on their own. This is some of their graffiti and pop art, and they use a lot of different mediums from acrylic to oil pastels, chalk pastels, watercolor, regular, move on to the next one. I went blank, sorry. And then fifth grade, they also worked on some portraits about Frida Kahlo, and we talked about how to draw things more realistically. They do print transfers, and we also incorporate ideas from their actual classrooms. I have a fifth grade teacher who does a really great job in collaborating with me and sharing the literature that they're reading. So we made some giraffes because they were reading a book about giraffes. They went to Sequist, so you'll see some of their jellyfish that they create in our next slide in a second. And then that's another collaborative piece, Starry Night, by 2 other fifth graders. But here's some of their jellyfish and some of the close-ups of the Frida Kahlos. And we also worked with some scratchboard this year. So I try to keep exposing them to different mediums as they get older as well. And this year I was encouraged by one of my colleagues to try clay, and they had a lot of fun with it. You can see the first step when they created the octopus, and then once it's actually painted, and they created a lot of beautiful pieces, and some of them are funny and comedic, and some of them are just beautiful and graceful. And my middle schoolers, they become tiny little kindergartners all over again when they're in my class. And this one's run more as like a workshop. I give them a task of to-do lists, and I show them how to do each assignment, and they just have at it. They have such a good time, and they're a lot more independent, obviously, by this age. They still are very good about asking for guidance, but they do such an amazing job in keeping the workspace clean and workable for the next groups. You can see they worked, here's some of their sculptures. Go ahead. Some of their sculptures up close. The paintbrush she was very, very proud of. She wanted me to display the face so you guys could see that. And then on the next ones, you can see some of their Basquiat and then some of their sketches or drawings. Drawing skills, we try to build up a lot of confidence in practicing a lot of their drawing skills, and then some of their Dia de los Muertos relief sculptures, and those are made out of cardboard and acrylic paint. And then once a year during open house, we display all of the art as much as possible. Don't tell the fire marshal. There's more than 1,000 art pieces up on the walls, and if you ever are in the Elkhorn Village area during open house time, I definitely recommend for you to come and check out all of the beautiful artwork that these children make. It is amazing. It's just a splash of color in the room, and it looks really beautiful. And then I'm going to leave you with the last slide. This is by Miss Linnea, and she wrote me this not too long ago. You can see the date. She's obsessed with cats. You can see that in there, and I'll read it to you. It says, "Dear Mrs. Powers, I love being in your class. It draws my inner peace. You can enjoy art without books, but you can't enjoy books without art. Your class is amazing, and you make me feel things. You are a great teacher, love, Linnea." And I just hope that that really encompasses the feelings and the experience that these children go through in our art classes. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And now on to our association reports. Our student board member report, Julia Shams.
Hello? Oh, okay. My name is Julia Shams, and here's my student board member report. First, I'll start off with Bridgeway Island. So they hosted their very first ever multicultural night. And they also wanted to thank all the families who brought food and hosted booths. And a special thank you to Miss Banu and Miss Ruth for making this event possible. Their 6th grade had a blast at Sly Park this month, and they want to thank the school board for providing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for their students. 58 Bridgeway Island students attended the Regional Crest Summit, and Bridgeway Island students took home 30 awards. Way to go, bees. All right. Now I have the Riverbank Otters. So their schoolyard rap assemblies for grades 1 through 8 were very much enjoyed by the students, and they loved dancing to the beats. They had a Zoom call with Riverbank 5th grade students and the Quechua Anangu Community School in the Amazon jungles of Ecuador. And these fifth grade students introduced themselves and learned that some students use a canoe to get to the school in the Amazon. The Elkhorn Tigers finished up their CASP testing, and they all worked hard to do their best. They also had a schoolyard raps and critter assembly for their students. They want to congratulate the Elkhorn boys soccer team for winning this championship. The Southport Ducks had a great time at the schoolyard rap assemblies as well. Congratulations to their retirees, Melody Bosley, Regina Bozeman, and Monica Magana. Thank you all for your years of service, and they had a great time getting slammed by their Ducks as a part of their Color Run fundraiser. So thank you to all their donors and participants as well. The Stonegate Lions want to thank their wonderful school social worker, Patty Mora, and their amazing school psychologist, Nellie Mahov, for taking a group of 20 female students, grades 5 through 8, to the Girls Empowerment Day event at the California Auto Museum on Thursday, April 25th. They would also like to celebrate Miss Henson and their collective band team with Bridgeway Island as well for placing second in the Music in the Park event. Lastly, a special shout out to Holly Valine, Stonegate's incredible school librarian and classified employee of the year. They're so lucky to have her. And here's some pictures from that. Westmore Oaks is always proud to support their new teachers in induction, and this year they have 7. Students are grateful to have had a 4XA Academy School yard wrap and Sammy's Circuit visit to their campus to support their culture and climate. Westfield Village School had students who met and or exceeded standards last year on CASP, and they were surprised with a golden ticket. They got to go on a field trip to the Rebounders, and they had a blast. Washington Unified Virtual Academy School had their second STEM day on Tuesday, and their students loved being able to build Lego robotics again. Their CASP completion is at 95%, and 15 of their students opted to test virtually, while the rest of their 3rd through 8th graders came to campus to test in person. They'll have their last in-person day on Wednesday, June 5th, along with their 8th grade promotion. The Washington Adult School wants to let us know that next week, teachers and staff will be recognizing students for their best effort in improving academically. Students in the high school diploma program are also working hard to meet graduation requirements by June 3rd. A big shout out goes out to all the parents who are attending class on a daily basis at Elkhorn Elementary. Yolo High School wants to tell us that teachers and students participated in this week's school-wide assembly to motivate students to improve performance and engagement. Seniors and early grads will be on a field trip to Santa Cruz this week, and the end of the year celebrations are starting next week for all seniors and early grads. And on to River City. We want to congratulate Mr. Billington on being recognized as the Building Industry Technology Academy Teacher of the Year. We also want to congratulate all of our Class of 2024 scholarship recipients and Seal of Biliteracy recipients. So here's some pictures from that. Washington Middle College High School has a lot of students attending some very prestigious colleges in these upcoming years. They want to shout out their valedictorian, Saeed Karimi, who will be attending UC Davis majoring in biological science. They also want to shout out their salutatorian, Annabella Camacho, who will be attending UC Davis as well, majoring in aerospace sciences and engineering. Some other colleges that their grads are going to include UC Davis, Sac State, American River College, Cal Poly Humboldt, and a lot more you can read as well, if you would like. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, if you'd like, you can continue to stay with us as we say our reports, and if you do decide to stay, you can help us vote on some things as well.
Sure. I'll stay for a little bit.
All right, sounds great. And now for the next, our WSTA report with President Knapp. Or is it supposed to be CSCA first because it says WSTA first? He's here? Okay. Well, if he's not here, would our CSCA partners like to go first? Oh, he's coming. Okay. All right, thank you.
Know how to make an entrance. Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, President Coffey, Vice President Pizzotti, and yeah, I do know your name. Hi, Cabinet. First of all, congratulations as we approach the end of the year. Another year down. I just came here from Dolores Henson's retirement party. I know I shouted out last board meeting. One more shout out to an amazing band teacher who's given so much to this district. And I hope through her vision we can continue supporting the arts and grow the program. I wanted to talk a little bit about, I know that an ongoing theme that we've had for the last couple of months has been safety. And unfortunately, we're still having the conversation. I think most of the board members are aware of the environment at Riverbank Elementary School. And although I think there are attempts to make change, the morale is still extremely low. And there are places on campus, I'm being told from separate staff members, that teachers don't want to walk. They're afraid of being harassed, both physically intimidated and sexually harassed by, unfortunately, by our own students. We have to do better. We have to find a way to do better. We have to do better for those teachers, but we also have to do better for those kids, because guess what? Teachers have the power to speak up and say something, but some of the kids on those campuses that are experiencing the same things might not feel so emboldened and might be afraid to walk in those same places and afraid to say something about it. Now, I've been working on this with my CSEA colleagues and the administrator and the head of student services. We're looking for solutions, but as we work on that, we find out about the hate speech vandalism that occurred at River City this week. This is not a senior prank. This is hate crime. Attacking a member of our school district, an amazing administrator, with hate speech is something that is not acceptable. I know that this board and this district has every intent to see this process out and make sure that teachers and students feel safe, and that we identify students who are harassing others and we give them either the support they need or, quite frankly, the behavioral discipline that they need to make sure that this changes. But my concern is that I haven't seen any kind of public statement condemning this. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't receive one. But I didn't see that the high school teachers received anything. There's been no conversation, no healing process. No one going to talk to the students about what happened and how it is unacceptable and it can never happen. So while we do the work behind the scenes and while we're making the effort to try and address these issues, there is a leadership vacuum as far as student perception goes. Sure, we might be addressing these particular students one-on-one as we learn what happened. But what's the message we send to everybody else? We're busy. It's the end of the year. We're tired, but we can and must do better for our kids in West Sacramento and for our teachers and for our administrators. And we stand up here every week and we talk about equity and we talk about justice, but we have to walk the walk too. Because we know we believe it and we're tired, but we've got to make sure that that communication piece goes out, because guess what? If we don't have the conversation when teachers talk about the teachable moment, it's that moment when something happens where you have a unique moment in time to educate on something that occurred because some real event happened. Well, this is a teachable moment. It's not a particularly nice one, but it is a teachable moment for our community and for our kids. And we need to address it head on. We don't hide it. We don't sneak around. And I'm not saying anybody's sneaking around, but the communication has been, I've been talking to River City teachers and they don't feel like it's being addressed on campus. So I thank you for your consideration on that. I hope we have more conversations about that in the next 2 weeks. I know the intent of this school board and this cabinet is strong and good, but I'm just bringing this out in the open. The last thing is I want to address the move at Elkhorn. I'm a proponent of creating a dual immersion school in the district. I think it makes sense. But I've been having conversations with Dr. Hildreth about making sure that we are deliberate in how we do this. There are a lot of moving pieces here. I'm not entirely sure that moving by grade level per year is going to contractually work out. Question I ask is, what if you have a kindergarten teacher that's supposed to move in 2026, but you have experience in 4th grade and you've taught for 22 years? Contractually, you have a right to that 4th grade position that's still there. So you could technically bump the 4th grade teacher and then they're moving, and then are you asking them to teach kindergarten somewhere else? This is a good thing. It has to happen. Dr. Hildreth and I have been talking about it. We're going to work on it, but I just want to make sure
in this public forum to say that we need to be deliberate when we do these things, because it's going to create challenges for teachers, and we don't want to lose our teachers. We want to keep them here. With that, I say good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now for our CSEA report, President Daniel. And that's great.
Good evening, President Coffey, Superintendent Hildreth, Cabinet, and trustees. That's never said. They can't hear me. I know. I'd first like to begin by acknowledging the classified staff here today on Classified Week. These are the classified staff of the district who bus our students to and from school, who make sure that the campus is clean and ready for students and staff, who upkeep the grounds, who make sure students are fed breakfast and lunch. They make sure the plumbing and the HVAC to keep our classrooms warm in the winter and cool in the summer. The secretaries, who are the parents' first point of contact most of the times at the school sites. Campus staff, security staff who are responsible for protecting students throughout the day. Our district office staff who do a variety of things. You have ed services that ensures, just one of their things is ensures, curriculum is on time for the next school year so students can learn and teachers can teach. You have technology who, just makes the district run. And last, you have business services, who's probably the most important, who gets us all paid at the end of the month, and also the district, bills get paid. So I want to thank all of them tonight. Negotiations, I'm sure by now the board's aware that we have completed negotiations and TA'd. Before this round of negotiations, I didn't have gray hair, so yeah. Ruth didn't either. But I want to thank everybody involved, from my team, from Christy, Ruth, Michael, David, Heather. Am I missing anyone? No. To the district's team, from Farah to Ms. Stovall, to Mr. Salas, to Ms. Salvo, to Ms. Pena. I'm missing Marie. Oh, to Christina. Is that it? Yeah. I want to thank everybody, because it's a timely process and we all have jobs to do and it takes up a lot of time. So I want to thank everybody involved. And I know Ruth will touch on this a little more following me, but my biggest takeaway I gathered from this year's negotiation is budget's going to be an issue in these upcoming years, right? We're all aware of that. We know that from the state on down. If this is the case, then I'm bringing this to you, the board, up here tonight, that we really need to look into our district spending. We should really look into consultant fees and travel fees. And I believe the item you moved down at the beginning, but we have a contract for a renewal for $180,000. Now, I know the board's last rationale for that contract was this company will provide some sort of service to try to retract and retain enrollment. Well, all I ever hear in negotiations is declining enrollment. So do we have that data that this company increased enrollment? If not, why do we have them? Because that was the rationale that I got. So I really want to look at things like that. Also, as we put classified positions on hold for further discussions, let me see how I want to say this. I know the HR manager will become vacant soon. And I know when the HR director position was being brought back, I stood up here and I had comments on it. Well, the HR director position is going to be filled, obviously. So maybe we need to look if we need the manager position, because it was stated at a board meeting in times of a budget issue. I'll just say one of those positions was going to go. Obviously, I'm not saying the director to go, right? It's held by someone. But if we're going to have a vacancy, let's talk about it. We talk about classified vacancies. I got three or four of them on hold. The next thing I want to just discuss is the YCCA MOU. Yes, we're still talking about it. I thought we were done, but when we gave it back to the district, we had added that this MOU is subject to the grievance procedure according to Article 5 of the collective bargaining agreement. That was struck out. So currently, the return is, it's struck out. Now, in my Article 26.1, I have the district may participate in community-based work programs as long as the work performed does not displace the work of any unit member. Why would we strike out the grievance process? Unless that MOU is trying to skirt around something. It's, that's, I'm letting you guys know that's our hangup. So I'm going to unstrike it and send it back. The next thing I want to talk about is, again, the HR manager. I know she's not here, but I just want to thank her for her time at Washington Unified. We started off a little rocky, but as we got to know each other, we really worked good together. I've always said she explains things really well. So I just want to tell her that I really appreciated working with her, and best wherever you go. The next thing to go off Mr. Knapp is safety. I want to talk about safety again. As Doug stated, we met maybe a month ago with HR and student services, and I'm really hoping over the summer. I know we had requested at one time the I don't even know what I called it anymore, but the district safety protocol for actually my yard staff, right? I'm hoping over the summer we can continue these meetings so we can go into the school year to make sure that students are protected, teachers are protected, classified staff are protected, and there's a process in place that we should be following district-wide. I mentioned it the last time. It's not a site-by-site issue or, issue. It should be a district-wide guideline. That roots up.
Thank you, President Gandara. Good evening. Tonight is about equity. Equity is a word that gets thrown a lot around these days, especially in education. In its rawest form, it should be about focusing on those who have less and providing more resources, support, and fairness to them. And by those, I mean those with less power, less influence, less affluence, less socioeconomic status, lower access to resources like transportation, essentially helping those who need it the most. Our district motto is equity, excellence, empowerment for every student, every day, every student. My main priority this year has been to work collaboratively with the district in extending the principle of equity to our classified staff. I want to share that although we have 430 members, only 210 are full-time. That means that only half of our members earn full benefits and retirements. Our salaries also comprise much less of the total budget, percentage-wise, than any other group. In terms of gaining some equity growth for our members, focusing on those who are underpaid by comparison to surrounding districts, and per our CBA, we established our first equity committee with the district. Through this collaboration, we have established an equity salary adjustment for 2 classifications. If the proposal on tonight's agenda is approved, these 2 positions will land, on average, with our agreed upon surrounding and comparable districts. If you are looking to attract and retain classified employees, this equity work will help. And most importantly, The reason why I'm so committed and proud of this work is because it demonstrates that a committee comprised of district representatives and CSEA members can come together for what can be life-changing and positive impacts for our members. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize any members here tonight set to receive this equity adjustment. Please note they are our bus drivers and our fiscal analysts. You hear? You are all amazing and deserving of fair pay. I think we have all earned a bit of a rest, especially following the completion of negotiations. And so we look forward to bringing additional classifications who qualify to the Equity Committee at the start of the next school year. Is that okay, Fair? Okay. We'd like to leave you with your own equity principle statement in mind. WUSD is committed to educational excellence and equity through identifying and removing systemic barriers stemming from inequitable practices, policies, and bias. Thank you to the board for holding true to your unending commitment to equity and to our classified members and certificated partners. You are all what inspires us to keep going, keep progressing, and sometimes just keep swimming in the union together.
Thank you. And now we are going to move on to public comments. Before I begin, I'm going to read a disclaimer. At our regular board meeting held on February 9th, Oh, she can get her bike. You can, it's okay, no worries. At our regular board meeting held on February 9, 2023, the board resolved the written public comments received by 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting will be provided to the board but not read into the record during the meeting. Members of the public may address the board on the topics of our board agenda during every meeting. In addition, during regular meetings, the public may also address any topic within the jurisdiction of the board. Please know the board is listening to your comments, but by law cannot meaningfully respond in this forum to items not on the agenda. The board may limit the total time of public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it waives the item limit for an item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any topic. The board respects the right of members of the public to speak regarding matters within its jurisdiction. However, please recognize that comments regarding students, other than the speaker's own children, made during a public board meeting may be a violation of the student's right to privacy, and thus the speaker may be legally liable. If you reference a student's name other than your own student, you may be deemed out of order. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in public board meetings, may be actionable civil defamation. Although the board may not prohibit such comments, board policy allows the public to lodge complaints against district employees, providing more opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. I would like to note that there were 8 written comments that were made earlier today, and the board had received them. I am being told that there are a total of 11 public comments for this general public comments. So with that, and to adhere to the time, I think it's really important that we hear everybody. Please understand, we have a lot on our agenda, so I'm trying to respect your time as well. So with that being said, we're going to limit the number of minutes to 2 for each person, so even allowing that 11. So that way we can make sure to hear you all. Okay? Thank you.
Our first public comment request is from Carrie Wright.
Good evening. I'll talk fast. My name is Carrie Wright. I'm here with my son Samuel Wright, who has an audacious goal to skip 8th grade. He tried to reach that goal by talking to his teachers and his principal. We were denied that request. We go through an appeal process. We've appealed to the superintendent. The next step is to appeal to you. You will make a decision, hopefully in closed session, where you will hear the information about this appeal. I don't think it's likely you're going to overturn a staff decision. We're moving on a little bit. We're going to enroll him in a charter school. So you're really losing out on the funding and the high scores and all of the academic success that Sam could bring to this district. And really sad because public school is what led me out of poverty. It was teachers that led me into UC Davis, which led me into the job that I am, that really, really prioritizes education. And I really ask that you look at the policy, because a couple of you are policy wonks, the policy that is guiding acceleration. The teachers are the ones that are supposed to make this decision. And to my knowledge, no teachers have been a part of the decision to keep Sam from his academic goals. In fact, he has letters from his teachers and recommendations that he can skip. I'm a little concerned to bring those forward because I don't know how the repercussions to the teachers for writing those letters of recommendation. So I'm here tonight because I believe if I get the information to how to really submit the appeal to you, you all will make that decision in closed session. Again, not having spoken to my child, not having spoken to the student. And he's the one that's driving this, and he has the support of his family, which is a key component of acceleration. But we're going to move on. We're your customer. You're losing market share because of the way we were treated. Thank you so much.
Our next public comment is from Anselmo Marin.
Good evening. Number one, I'd like to thank the school board and the district for having the conversation with English-only teachers a few weeks ago about the transition and the possible transition to Elkhorn becoming a dual immersion school. So thank you, school district, for having that conversation. Second, I want to bring something to the attention of the school board, the school district, and CSEA WSTA. In the CBA, the contract specifies for teachers, for certificated, information about paternity and maternity leave, which is very vague. And as a new parent this year, there were a lot of challenges that did not have to happen if the language, the literature that was there was actually clear, including whose responsibility is it to actually attain a substitute? Should my administrators have to scramble last minute to try to find a substitute? My son was born 3 weeks early, and they had to scramble because there was no substitute in place. And that's not their fault or anybody's fault, but just the language was never made clear enough. The responsibilities also aren't clear or just non-existent as far as who's responsible for creating subplans, whether it's the administrators, whether those are instructional coaches, the teacher. My wife is also a teacher who teaches in Roseville Joint Union High School District. They were able to hire a certificated substitute that was in charge of creating subplans. As far as I'm concerned, being a brand new dad and watching my better half be pregnant for 9 months as a teacher, I find it really difficult that any person starting a family could find the time to carve out to plan for 12 weeks of substitute teaching. So I'm asking the district, I'm asking the board to confer with the labor parties as far as can there be some compensation to make sure that teachers, that their time is valued for that. Thank you.
Our next public comment is from James Colligan.
Good evening, trustees. My name is James Colligan. I'm a math teacher at River City High School and have been for 13 years. From May 6th to May 15th, I sent out a survey to all my colleagues at River City High Schools about students' use of cell phones in their classrooms. Most of my fellow teachers had filled out the survey within just a few hours of me sending it out, which I think suggests how important this issue is to all of us. I'd like to share some highlights with you. Almost all 95.7% of River City High School teachers view cell phone usage in their classroom as distracting, not helpful. When asked what percentage of their students use a cell phone during class time, the median response was 80%. In other words, half of my colleagues say that 80% or more of their students use a cell phone during instructional time. Only 8.7% of teachers are satisfied with the way our school currently approaches cell phone usage among students. Most, 88.3% of teachers, would support our district implementing phone-free schools throughout our district. Furthermore, 82.8% of River City High School teachers would support our district using locked phone pouches to enforce a phone-free school. I strongly urge the board to consider implementing a phone-free policy at schools throughout the district, reinforced by locked phone pouches, such as those made by a company called Yondr, spelled Y-O-N-D-R. I'd like to use my remaining time to read some comments that my colleagues submitted with their survey responses. Quote, "It is insane that we allow these. Imagine giving teenagers Nintendo Switches, infinite pornography, answers to all of their questions, and the most dramatic cocktail party gossip, and then telling them to ignore these all day." End quote. Quote, "If we have a school site goal of increasing academic rigor, then we need to get phones away from students. It's their greatest academic challenge." End quote. Quote, "Cell phone usage is one of the large deterrents to student focus and learning and makes it so hard to teach and almost impossible for some students who are undoubtedly addicted to their phones to focus. This is a big problem, and it's one that all schools are facing across our country, but it's a solvable problem, and it's our responsibility as teachers to give kids an environment that maximizes their learning. Kids don't learn well, they're continuously distracted by their phones. It would be a service to them if we took away that distraction. Thank you."
Our next public comment is from Raquel Ponce. Ms. Ponce has advised me that she will be reading her comment in Spanish, and then I can translate after. So it'll be an extra 2 minutes in addition to her for the translation.
Gracias.
De nada.
Buenas tardes, me presento. Mi nombre es Raquel Ponce.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Patricia Mendoza.
Como miembro activa y padre de familia de la escuela Elkhorn Elementary School, estoy muy feliz y agradecida de la propuesta que en este momento estoy apoyando. Me refiero a la inversión dual. Como madre norteamericana e hispanohablante, mi mayor prioridad son mis hijos, y con ellos su idioma principal, que es el español, lo cual para ellos y para otras personas representan su real identidad y doble oportunidades, refiriéndome a todos los ámbitos profesionales. Mis hijos hablan, escriben y leen perfectamente los dos idiomas. Me refiero al inglés y al español. Son niños reclasificados desde el 4º grado. Los estoy preparando para un futuro exitoso y también para que tengan las armas y ayuden a mi comunidad y a la de ustedes también. Estoy muy orgullosa de tomar la decisión de escribirlos a una escuela de inversión dual como lo es la Elkhorn. Hemos tenido experiencias muy gratificantes con absolutamente todo el personal, que realmente están casi todos preparados para el diseño del programa de la inversión dual. Por lo mismo, me atrevo y exijo que no se les baje un sueldo y se les aumente el costo de las aseguranzas. Realmente los necesitamos en nuestra escuela. En estos momentos creo que sería muy difícil poder encontrar a nuevo personal con las características de la inversión dual. Por eso los queremos ahí encarecidamente y los queremos conservar. Y sé que no es la mejor idea bajarles el sueldo y subir el costo de la aseguranza, sino antes bien darles incentivos para que permanezcan en nuestra escuela siempre pensando en el beneficio de nuestros hijos.
Thank you. Was your 2 minutes? I'm sorry.
Oh,
Pero vamos a decirlo en inglés para todos que escuchen para saber qué estabas diciendo, ¿ok?
Claro.
Let me see if I still got it. I introduce myself. My name is Raquel Ponce. As an active member and parent of the Elkhorn Elementary School, I am very happy and grateful for the proposal that I am currently supporting. I am referring to the dual immersion program. As a North American and Spanish-speaking mother, my highest priority is my children, and with it, their main language, which is Spanish, which for them and for other people represents their real identity and double opportunities, referring to all professional areas. My children speak, write, and read both languages perfectly. I mean English, Spanish. They are reclassified children since the 4th grade. I am preparing them for a successful future and also so that they have the tools and help my community and yours too. I am very proud to make the decision to enroll them in a dual immersion school like Elkhorn. We have had experiences very gratifying with absolutely all the staff who are really almost all prepared for the design of the dual immersion program. For that same reason, I dare and demand that their salary not be lowered and the cost of insurance be increased. We really need them in our school at this time. I think it would be very difficult to be able to hire new personnel with the characteristics of dual immersion. That is why we strongly want to keep them, and I know that it is not the best idea to lower their salary and increase the cost of insurance. If not, rather give them incentives for them to remain in our school, always thinking about the benefit of our children. And that's where the 2 minutes got.
Good job, Mario.
Me faltó algo muy importante, pero está bien, gracias.
Gracias.
Our next public comment is from Andrew Hook.
Hello, thank you. Hi, Andy Hook. I'm a teacher at River City High School, and I'm very happy for you that I'm here tonight because I have a way for you, yes, you, to increase student engagement while simultaneously reducing absenteeism, to increase standardized test scores while simultaneously reducing disruptive behavior and doing so much to help student mental health and even more for teacher mental health. Believe me on that one. And I'm sure this will be good for teacher retention. It's very simple. It is called the Yonder Pouch. It's a little bag. The student shows up to school. They put their phone in the bag. It magnetically seals. They keep the phone with them. They just can't see the phone. And then at the end of the class, at the end of the school day, we switch on a little magnet. They scan it as they walk out. Their phone comes right out. I first saw this at a John Mulaney concert. Thank you, Colligan. And it is absolutely changing education. There are success stories all across the country. They're adopting this in the Folsom district now. I know Sutter Middle School in Folsom has adopted it. Bullard High School in Fresno, they adopted it. And the very next year, 17% more students scored proficient in English. 17% increase in 1 year because kids are in class learning instead of in class bullying each other and administrators and teachers, etc. It's a huge thing. It's going to make education better for all of us. This is a solution to the biggest problem facing classrooms right now. In Massachusetts, the state of Massachusetts has created a grant to help schools pay for this because everywhere this is being adopted, it is making a huge change in the lives of teachers and students, and you have an opportunity to make me not lose any more of my hair than I already have in my 8 years at River City by not fighting with phones. Can I give you guys some pamphlets? These are the results of Mr. Colligan's survey, as well as some informational. Thank you so much.
Our next public comment is from Juliet Patrick. We do ask that you please, no offense to Mr. Hook, but don't lean too close into the microphone because it does impact the audio on the recording and then for the record, so just not too entirely close to the microphone. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, and thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Juliet Patrick, and I teach 7th grade English and ELD at Riverbank. Today, I'm speaking out to support our office staff who have been subjected to unfair working conditions. Like most teachers, I have always had a discipline process in my classroom. Lately, however, our standard techniques haven't worked to address the extreme behaviors we have been seeing. Some of the specific behaviors I'm referring to are students regularly shouting out cruel, vulgar, or foul language, students refusing to put away their phones or sit in assigned seats, students leaving the classroom or just never going into the classroom in the first place. They laugh at praise and positive attention, scoff at our attempts to develop relationships, and ignore the rewards offered to them. I want to tell you, this isn't every student. It's a small percentage, but they're disrupting our classrooms. These same behaviors are happening outside of the classroom, in public areas, bathrooms, in the cafeteria, and in the office. A handful of students regularly speak rudely, refuse to comply with requests, and behave inappropriately. Often these students find their way to the office where our secretaries, health aides, social worker, outreach specialists, and ultimately the principal and vice principal try to manage their behaviors. Many times, the secretaries and health aide are tasked with managing these behaviors alone. Students will stand over the secretary as she is seated at her desk working. They will continuously speak to her in rude and inappropriate ways.
They help themselves to snacks, water, and the phone. They shout at each other. They join their friends when they see them there. They shout at or ignore other adults who try to help. They refuse to return to class. It feels unsafe and out of control. Young students are afraid to go to the office to see the nurse or call home. Some parents are shocked by what they are seeing and hearing. It is a big problem, and a problem that office staff has been unfairly and unreasonably tasked with managing. I think it is here that our school and probably other schools in the district really need support developing methods and systems to mitigate these extreme behaviors. Managing these behaviors. Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Annie Cole.
Hello, I'm Annie Cole. I'm here to substantiate what Mr. Colligan and Mr. Hook have been discussing. I'm going to be sharing with you some data from 10 different educational studies that have come out over the last 10 years. To save time, I'm not going to read what each study and year it was, though. Instant messaging is associated with lower academic performance. Texting and Facebook use during class are negatively correlated with GPA. Social media use is negatively correlated with academic performance. Smartphone usage correlates with less analytic thinking. Multimedia multitaskers have problems with everyday executive functioning. Mobile phone bans in high school is actually associated with better academic performance. Imagine that. Frequent media multitasking correlates with poorer working memory and lower standardized test scores. When people think they can just access information, they exhibit lower recall for that information. Frequent media multitaskers exhibit poorer working memory and increased impulsivity. And the last study I wanted to share is based off of the fact that many people talk about how use of cell phones, that it's very emotional for students and that there's a lot of anxiety if they're not able to check it every several seconds. This particular study in the Transactions of Missouri Academy of Sciences found that they looked at both lenient and strict phone policies. They found regardless of the fact if it was lenient or strict, there was little to no difference in achievement or anxiety. It didn't matter how strict or lenient the policy was. The amount of times that students looked at their phones was exactly the same. The only effective measure is to completely remove them. Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Jorge C. I don't want to butcher the last name. Sorry. How do you say your last name? Caratachea. See, I was going to say it like that, but you know.
Hi, good evening. Jorge Caratachea. I am a Spanish teacher at River City High School. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm here in support of Mr. Colligan and Hook, Cole, and we have these great experienced teachers here at River City High School who are here stating that there is an issue with cell phone use in the classrooms, and it's constant disruptions. Students in the hallways, going to the restrooms, asking for hall passes. So it is a constant issue at the high school level. Just some more data for you. Phone interventions cause up to 4 times delay in completion of a task. Mobile phone notifications disrupt performance as much as active phone use. The mere presence of a cell phone may produce diminished attention and worsen task performance. And this is from the national, I forgot. No, I'll get back to you on that one. It's a significant correlation between smartphone addiction and suicidal ideation and attempts. And I myself in the classroom, I model that behavior. I do not use my phone in the classroom. Students do not see me using my phone in the classroom. I use it on break or on my lunch. And my students can attest to that. And so I really try to model that and not say, yo, you can't use it, but I'm going to sit there and be on my phone. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Danny Langford.
All guys. First, I'd like to ask if you guys read the minutes before you approve them. I just accidentally was looking at the March 28th minutes to refer to something, and I noticed that on page 8 and 9, my comments aren't on there. Suzanne's and Pat's are on there, but my comments aren't on there, so it's not complete in its entirety. Because you make incorrect statements at times after we can't respond, I'm going to follow up with something Kobe said at the March 28th meeting. You tried to turn what we were concerned about with the refunding of the bond around with the union members sitting in the audience, that we were against them working on the Measure Z projects. Totally incorrect and totally wrong and totally transparent to those people that were out there, because they told me, they also took videos of your rolling of your eyes, you're laughing, you're shaking your head, muttering, this constant disrespect of not just me, but many of us that get up here and speak. It's not easy to always get up here and speak, especially when we're rushed to 2 minutes, but it doesn't go unnoticed, and we're tired of it. Frankly, you owe myself, Pat Flint, and Suzanne Johnson a public apology. You talked about anti-bullying, but you're the biggest bully up there that I've seen, and you constantly do it to me especially, and I'm tired of it. You are a public official. I am not. I am not. I chose to be on this end. You chose to be up there. You do it to not just me, though, to a lot of people. Furthermore, if our questions were answered in a very black and white way, we wouldn't get so upset. And I want to thank Jackie for actually breaking it down after watching it, going home and rewatching the meeting. It was much more understandable for both my husband and myself. And I want to thank her for that. If our questions got answered, it would be so much easier. Like how much interest is owned on the bonds that we have, because we've never been told that answer, and I've asked it numerous times. It's so frustrating. I'm glad we have the savings on the refund, but did it come back to you guys before it came? And one more thing, I know my 2 minutes are up. I was expecting 3. Are you guys aware of the changes to VIA? Because I know that that will impact a lot of our students. They've changed the pricing on it, and it's a lot higher now. And I know that because my husband drives for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Michael Lujo.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, superintendent. My name is Michael Lugo. I'm a retired school teacher at Washington Unified School District. I want to start out by saying I absolutely love the school district. I am a science teacher and mathematics teacher. I was the first school teacher to have a solar panel at Westmore Oaks Elementary. Jorge Ayala, superintendent of Yolo County, was so impressed. I won Teacher of the Year award. As a matter of fact, I love solar so much, the business department got interested in it. Before the high school was built, my wife and I go to school boards for two years and begged the school board to please consider putting in solar. I have since retired, and I do want to tell the board that I have called last October to please consider cleaning the field, the solar field. The weeds were really high. I had volunteers to come and help clean. The response I got back was the solar field is contracted out to someone else to take care of it. Now I see the weeds are higher than my head, and if the fire ever caught there, the solar field would be in extreme danger. And tonight we're talking about safety and safety on campus. And I hate to report to come to a meeting, but I heard this was your last meeting of this school year. So please consider cleaning the solar field. Right now, it's an asset. If you look how much money you make from your solar field, if you lost that, it would be a real liability. Please consider cleaning it. It's an embarrassment to the community. I know I'm not the only one that walks by, and what a disgrace. As a matter of fact, I'm so proud to have my name on the bronze plaque, but yet I'm embarrassed because no one takes any pride to take care of it. Please consider cleaning the solar fields, please. Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Dr. Amber Bradley.
Hello. I am not here to talk about cell phones, although I do support all of my River City teachers here who are for cell phones. But I'm here to talk to you tonight about department chair positions. This week, there was an email that went out from our district about the department chair positions posted for K-8s. This is a process you have to apply for. It is a one-year position. You have to interview for it, you get the position, and then you reapply next year. That happens at K-8s. It does not happen at the high school. There is no process at the high school. There's no job description. There's nothing at all at the high school. Our department chairs are hand-selected by our principal. This is a $3,000 paid stipend position. I've brought this up to leadership at River City High School for the past 2 years. We were asked to fill out a survey about the department chair position, and this semester, Doug did have a meeting with HR and my principal scheduled, but that meeting has been canceled 4 times now. So it is concerning that we still have not had this meeting. Department chairs at River City High School get hand-selected by an admin and are appointed as long as they wish. They get to decide how budgets in each department are spent. They have a say over teacher schedules. They can deny orders to teachers, and they have. They get opportunities and information others don't. They get paid over $3,000 for this position, and we're all given 4th period prep. They hold their department chair meetings, some of them, during their prep each month, so they get to double dip. They are paid their missed prep rate in addition to their stipend. We have a spoil system at River City High School. The favoritism and clique behavior could be partially addressed by addressing this oversight. I would ask all of you to please address this issue. If we have this position posted for K-8s, it should also be posted for our high school. Every teacher should have the opportunity to be a leader, and we should be growing leadership within our district. Thank you.
Our last public comment request is from Maria Garcia.
Hola, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por darme la oportunidad de hablar en este momento. Quiero dar mi mejor apoyo a todos nuestros maestros de Riverbank que están haciendo su mayor esfuerzo para sacar adelante nuestra escuela. Todo mi apoyo con ustedes. También quiero hablar acerca de lo que es el Dual Immersion y quiero darle los puntos que hasta ahorita yo tengo sobre este Dual Inmersión. Para mí es un excelente programa que sí me encantaría también que hubiera, pero me encantaría que fueran diferentes escuelas. Que nuestros niños que tienen el código postal de esas escuelas sean los primeros o las personas que más que van a agarrar dentro de esa área. También sería muy buena idea. En la junta anterior yo les comenté que me gustaría que por qué ese programa no lo extendían a más escuelas. Sería una maravillosa idea y no solamente centrarlo en una escuela como lo hicieron con la escuela de Riverbank al hacerlo una escuela de newcomers. Ahora tendríamos una escuela de newcomers y tendríamos una escuela de dual immersion. Serían 2 escuelas separadas de diferentes. Entonces, ya lo que están concentrando el solamente inglés serían en las escuelas del área del Southport. Entonces, la cosa aquí sería mejor que pensaran en distribuirlo en varias escuelas, no solamente en una, o si lo van a concentrar solamente en una escuela, que pongan a los niños los que van principalmente, porque hay varios niños que ya han sido negados que entren dentro de ese programa dual y que son de ese código postal que es 95605. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you. And there's no more? Right. I heard you say last, but just wanted to make sure.
Yes, I didn't know if you wanted me to read the translation or...
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I give my gratitude to all the Riverbank teachers who are ensuring our students move forward. I am also here to speak about the dual immersion program. For me, I think it's a great program, but I'd love for it to be at other schools as well. Other students who have a certain zip code are those who will benefit more in that specific area. At the previous meeting, I commented on expanding this program to other schools. We could have 2 schools with 2 different services, such as a newcomer center and the dual immersion program. If you're only concentrating on one certain program, please prioritize students who are at that zip code, which is 95695. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to go on to our public hearing. Public hearing for integrated math 1 through 3, Reveal Math for the Washington Unified Schools. Matt Ainsworth.
Good evening again. I'll wait. In the spring of 2023, the high school math pilot teachers selected 2 math programs to pilot for the 23-24 school year. The pilot teachers received training, collaborated during workshops, and discussed the chosen programs' benefits before making recommendations to the Curriculum Council. At the May 7th, 2024 Curriculum Council meeting, the Council recommended moving forward with the high school math pilot teachers' recommendation of Reveal Math as the high school math curriculum adoption beginning in the 24-25 school year for a total of 8 years. Staff is requesting the school board hold a public hearing tonight regarding this proposed adoption. Thank you.
All right. And so, okay, this concludes the public hearing. Wait, no, is there public comments? I was just reading off of this, sorry. Okay, so any questions from the board? And seeing none, I now go ahead and open, close. Close. All right, sorry, I'm just trying to, this is our first one that I've had to do, okay, so I apologize.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Open, close. And now, way to go! And there are no information or discussion items, and so now we will move on to consent agenda. Do we have any public comments for consent? Nope. All right. Okay. Are there any questions or comments from the board? All right. Vice President Pizzotti moves.
I second.
Trustee Venegas seconds. Since we have virtual, we're going to go ahead and do roll call vote. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong. Aye. Trustee Venegas.
Aye.
And I too say aye. All right. Moving on to our action items. First action item, P1, adoption of the Community Schools Board Resolution number 2324-42 for the Washington Unified School District, Autry Streak.
Oh, I will be standing in for Autry Streak this evening. Good evening, esteemed Superintendent Hildreth, President Coffey, distinguished board members, honorable cabinet members, and cherished members of our WSD family. The governing board received an informational update on the Community Schools Resolution at the regular Board of Education meeting held on May 9th. We are now seeking formal adoption of the resolution, which has been updated to reflect the governing board's feedback. Changes were made to item number 4 on page 2 under the subtitle Extended Learning, Time and Opportunities to include a clause that says for all students regardless of participation in the WSD ELOP program. This change acknowledges the valuable work of our WSD ELOP team while emphasizing the importance of all students having access to quality after-school enrichment programs through the community school strategy. And this wording was taken from the community schools framework directly. In addition, we shifted from stating harsh punishments to suspensions and punishments that detach students from school and necessary support. And again, this wording comes directly from the community school framework. So we would like you all to approve this.
Any public comments?
No public comments received.
Comments from the board?
I just want to thank you for listening. Oh, sorry, we have this situation down here. I want to thank you for listening, and I appreciate the changes, and I'm happy to support this. Do you have comments?
She does.
I do. Hi, June and all. You don't have to move me up and down. Hopefully you all can hear me. Just really proud of the work, the collaborative work, and I wanted to just thank WSTA for bringing this to our attention and bringing it forward today. Happy to support and move when it's time.
Thank you.
All right.
Do you want to move? And I will second.
I move to adopt the resolution.
I'll second.
All right. Moved by Trustee Wong, second by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, and roll call vote. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Venegas.
Aye.
And I too say aye.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, next item. P2, approval of the transition plan for Elkhorn Village Elementary to a K-8 dual immersion school. And not Autry, so I'm not sure who's presenting.
Yes, the team is presenting. Ms. Street could not be here this evening.
Okay, all right.
Good evening. I will go ahead and start us off. Thank you so much for having us back tonight to provide more information and clarity upon our proposal to transition Elkhorn to a full dual immersion K-8 school. And we ask for your approval tonight. First off, we want to remind everyone. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Am I interrupting?
No, not you, Jackie.
Okay, am I good? Okay. So we want to reiterate that the idea of a dual immersion school is aligned to our strategic plan, specifically in terms of increasing student achievement, providing rigorous coursework, and providing a pathway to multilingualism for our students. That would be an opportunity that every single student has an opportunity to take advantage of. On the next slide, our purpose and background for the presentation is to review our previous presentation given last month, going over the program model, as well as the goals, staffing, enrollment, and achievement data, as well as providing additional information regarding how we will prioritize enrollment, improve communication, and recruit staff and students. Finally, we're going to request your approval of our proposed plan for the transition to a full implementation dual immersion school.
Good evening. So this is just a recap of what we did last month. Our dual immersion program, our goal is to always have a third Spanish speakers, a third heritage speakers, and a third English speakers. That's the way that we let students in. That's the way that we format. It's the best option for the dual immersion. Go ahead. Go ahead. So just a recap of what our school currently is right now. We have one English pathway for our K through 5, and 6th through 7th right now is dual immersion. Next year we'll have 6th through 8th. We do have 2 dual immersion classrooms for K through 5, and our enrollment is 64% is dual immersion K through 5, and 54% is dual immersion K through 8.
Good evening. So we'd like to go over just really quick the transition proposal that we have stated prior. So the plan is, if approved, to phase in 1 grade level per year beginning in 25-26 with our 3 dual immersion kindergarten classes. No students at Elkhorn will be displaced. The school will remain the neighborhood school, and then there will be a total of 4 English-only teachers that will be affected. Looking at the proposal, the first year 25-26, kinder would be affected. We'd have kinder at 3 full dual immersion schools, 26-27, first grade 27-28, second, and so on until we become a full dual immersion school in 2033-2034.
And again, to review the timeline, the conversations did not start last month. Conversations have been going on since 2015. The instructional model prior to dual immersion 7 years ago was an early exit bilingual model where the students were taught, it was about 50-50 kinder through 3rd grade, and then they were cut off. And it was transitioned to English only between 4th grade and then potentially high school when they may have picked it up again. So it was not a pathway to bilingualism. It was not setting our students up for success because they had an academic language level of 3rd grade, and then we expected them to pick up right where they left off in high school, which worked for some of our students who had the multilingual support at home, but it wasn't successful for all of our students. As a reminder, back in under the old program, it was only open to native Spanish speakers, so it was very exclusive. If you were not a native Spanish speaker, you were not allowed into the program. We didn't accept heritage speakers. We didn't allow English-only speakers. It was the model at the time was designed for Spanish speakers to enhance and maintain their primary language, but it was not open to everyone like the dual immersion program is now, going back to the thirds that Jose presented about. That's why it's important to remember that this program is much more inclusive as it accepts we need English-only students, we need heritage students, and we need our native Spanish speakers to serve as those language models. Over the last 2 years, we've done a lot of planning at the cabinet level, at the site level, sending our teachers to conferences and giving them professional development to really set them up with the strategies that they need to provide the best possible instruction for our students. And shout out to the teachers who are still here tonight and our families who joined us in support. Thank you so much. And now, spring of 2024, we're here. We've had a lot of meetings. Principal Gutierrez, has had a lot of community engagement that he'll talk about a little bit more, and we presented last month, and then we will ask for your support tonight.
Gonzalez Gutierrez.
I don't know. I just call him Jose.
So since the last time we were here, we have done a little bit more parent engagement and community engagement. We've had a couple of sessions. We've had another virtual session, which Trustee Venegas was in. We've also had in-person sessions during our open house for Spanish speakers as well as English speakers. We've also sent out our YouTube channel, which now I'm up to about 190 views. So we're getting there. Maybe I'll get paid by YouTube. So we've done a lot of communication. There's been a lot of emails being sent out, parent-to-parent communication. I've had lots of meetings where I've had the discussion with parents about their concerns, as well as more information that they've wanted, and it's something that I will continue to do for them because I know that information is important and they need to have the information going forward, as well as now of what we're looking towards and what the future brings for us at Elkhorn. So some of the updates, I know that there was a question about the enrollment and how the enrollment is going to work. So for us, like I said, the priority is our neighborhood. It's our community. They do have the priority for us because we are their neighborhood school. So they are the priority. Number one, siblings are two. If you are in the program or at our school and you have a sibling, we don't want to separate families, so definitely that is a priority. And then after that, we look at students who live outside of the area to let them into the program. So it is important for us to maintain that community, to maintain the connection with the community, and that's our number one priority. There was also a question about the current enrollment at our school. So this is by zip code 95605, which is our zip code. So as a total of our whole school, 70% of students are coming from that zip code, 26% from 95691, and then 4% from other. When we look at our EO, 80% are coming from 95605, and then our dual immersion, 62% are coming from the 95605. So as a whole, our school, our programs, the majority is our community. They are our students. They are the students that live across the street. They're the students that I go knock on their doors because they're not at school. So I do not have to get into my car to go get a student. I can walk down the street. So that is our focus, is those families. It's important for us as a school and as well as our teachers to have that connection with our families. And we've had teachers who, they don't leave Elkhorn, They love the families, they love the community, so it is important for us. some of the communication updates, like I said, we have had more virtual sessions as well as in-person sessions. Like I said, the YouTube video's going. Staff, Dr. Hildreth, Assistant Superintendent Streak have met with our EO teachers one-on-one. We had meetings. We all sat as a group about their concerns, their needs, and especially during the transition, right? What are their concerns during that period of time of change? And we will have a follow-up meeting to that next week to kind of bring those questions that they had, bring them back to the teachers with answers so that we can move forward from there. And we've also had we have talked to the district. The district has given us the green light to also allow some of the teachers who want to go for a bilingual authorization, that the district will pay for that. They'll go through it. We've had three people take us up on that. So it is important, like I said, to try to get that for our teachers to stay with us. So we do want to help them in those areas as well. And then we are working with Sac State. I've had meetings with Sac State in the past 2 weeks about having student teachers come to Sac State that are in the bilingual program so that we can have that connection with Sac State, keep it in the community, and work through that. Okay. The student data for us. So there was a question of where is our DI program matching up with the rest of WUSD. So when you look at the graph here, you are looking at our Elkhorn DI, our Elkhorn EO versus the WUSD averages. It's important to understand that, you know, we're looking at CASP data, so that's 3rd through 8th grade testing. So when we look at 3rd and 4th grade, you know, we are still working with those Spanish languages at that time. They are getting to that 50-50 level. So our CASP scores for 3rd and 4th grade are higher than our average with our EO. But, you know, some of those scores, because they are doing a lot of the instruction in Spanish, there is that dip in the English as well. But across the board, you know, when you look at the data, DI is, you don't start to see that growth until that 5th grade. And when they reach middle school, it's amazing how much they're reading novels in Spanish, they're doing analysis in Spanish, and then they go to their English class and they read novels in English and do analysis in English. And they just intermix those, and it's amazing what they do. And it's students who at home, you know, their parents speak Spanish, and their parents are like, this is amazing that my kid can write and read in English and Spanish, academic Spanish, right? And they're like, this is great, like it's amazing, and we're proud of it. We're proud of what they do. We're proud of all the kids that we have, and I think it's an amazing opportunity for our community.
So in terms of updates since our last meeting, we've had questions and meetings with some board members, community members, parents, and teachers. And so we wanted to let you know that we're listening and we're taking all of your advice and questions into consideration. In terms of the enrollment process, we have set aside strict guidelines for priority, and those students will be the neighborhood students from the Brighton Broderick neighborhoods, and then opening it up to siblings from dual immersion students, WUSD students, and then we will go outside the community. We do want to have a full program. We don't want to have empty spots or empty desks, but we do want to prioritize our West Sacramento families. Also, we want to support students. Currently, intervention is in place at Elkhorn. We have a phenomenal intervention teacher, but she provides services in English only. So if we were to get additional intervention support in Spanish, we would be able to open the program up to many more students, maybe coming in English only in 1st grade or 2nd grade, because we'd have the intervention support to be able to help them with their vocabulary development, their grammar, their phonemic awareness in Spanish, and all of the skills needed to succeed in the program that aren't in place right now. Additionally, we were asked to provide some information on how will we mitigate the inequities that are currently happening in our English-only classes. As you saw by the data presented earlier, our English-only classes tend to be bigger. They tend to be more impacted. We talked about how there are siblings and twins and cousins and relatives who are together kinder through 5th grade at this point with nowhere else to go. And sometimes we know that sometimes students need a little bit of a break from someone and then they can come back together. So in order to mitigate that inequity, we've discussed additional paraeducator time, especially for the classes impacted with a greater number of students with IEPs. So paraeducator support to push in and support the teacher on the content they're learning, but have an extra adult in the room to provide that support. And then also we're going to look at numbers and enrollment district-wide so that, and really take a look at where students are coming from. So as soon as a spot opens up in an English-only class, really looking at who the student is that they're wanting, that is next in line to come there, and make sure that they belong to Elkhorn before we load up those classes. Additionally, like Mr. G said, we really are working to increase the number of teachers who have their bilingual authorizations. We have a skilled and talented teacher demographic here in Washington Unified, and a lot of them are bilingual but never pursued a bilingual authorization. So with help and support from our HR department and from grants that we have received, we're hoping to pay for their education or their tests that they need to take. There are 3 to get BCLAD certified. It's a lot, but we want to support them and provide them with study sessions and coursework and pay for their tests to eliminate any barriers to building up and really investing in our community and maintaining our teachers. And then again, we want to recruit from our student teachers. Many of us in Washington Unified started here as student teachers decades ago, and we've never left. So we really believe in investing in our upcoming teachers and hoping that we grow them and welcome them to our community, and hope that they want to join our team and never want to leave either.
So our transition timeline, planning and preparation next year, if it is approved by the board, it's really focusing on the high level of rigor, the academic language, the Spanish language arts standards, which that's what we abide by, is just like English language arts standards, we have Spanish language arts standards that we focus on. So it's important. And then the 25-26 would be our transition to the first time we would have all 3 DI classes for kindergarten, and then 1st through 8th would remain unchanged. The big thing is any student that's here now is going to be our student. There is no, students aren't going anywhere. Next year will remain the same, so any student that comes into the EO program next year will be with us from kinder to 8th grade. So it's important for the community to know that as well. And then 2033, 2034, I have been playing the lottery, but I have not won yet. So I hopefully will still be here at that point. So that will be the first year that we will be completely dual immersion from kindergarten all the way to 8th grade. Thank you for your time. We appreciate your consideration, and we hope that we ask for your approval on this.
All right, thank you. I believe we have public comments.
Yes, we do have public comments on this item. There are a total of 4. The first public comment request is from Jennifer Vigil.
Hello, I am a mom of 2 students at Elkhorn DI program. Elkhorn is our home school. We do live in the 95605 area code, and we've been extremely happy with the program. There's wonderful teachers there, and I feel very lucky and blessed that my girls are able to go to this program. And it's a blessing to be able to see them grow up and develop their bilingual skills. I don't think anybody has ever doubted that the DI program is a wonderful program. Every time I've heard somebody speak on it, it's always a positive comment. But now that I had the chance to speak on this new proposal, I just wanted to provide my support for it. I do think it would be great to grow the Elkhorn program. I know that there was some families who never knew about the program, and they enrolled in the English only and wish they had known about the DI program. 4 years ago, when I enrolled my oldest daughter in kindergarten, I actually did not know about it until right before I enrolled her. And luckily, a neighbor had told me about it, and I was able to get her enrolled. I think that over these 4 years, it's become more popular, it's become more well-known. This was the first year I've seen flyers go out, mailers went out about it, and I think that the program, as the program continues, it's getting more and more popular. And I know it's a specialized program, and once those 2 classes per grade level are full, they have to send people away because they can't fill them. So I think that extra 3rd class per grade level will benefit many people. Lastly, I just want to thank Mr. G for the meetings and for keeping the families informed. He put on several meetings, both virtual and in person. He emailed a recording of the meeting, so for busy parents, that was very helpful, and I think he's done a great job at just making sure that the families are informed about the transition proposal. So again, I think it would be a positive thing for Elkhorn. I'm happy to be part of that community. It's a wonderful school, and hopefully there's some teachers who maybe will speak tonight, because I'd love to hear their opinion on it as well.
Thank you.
Our next public comment request is from Vanessa Castro.
Hello, everybody, board, community members. My name is Vanessa Castro. I am a fourth-generation resident of the Broderick area, so if anybody has the stakehold to speak on this item, it would be she. First, I want to thank our administration for gathering all of the information. I know it's a really daunting task to, I'm nervous, to get all of that information ready and get it prepared, and I want to thank them for that. And they did hold a lot of meetings, unfortunately. I'm going to just lay it out there for you. There were not a lot of community members in attendance. I attended 3 meetings, 2 of the first, and a lot of the information that was provided on the slides were not there until this evening. So just as constructive criticism, we need to provide accurate information the first time and every time that we're providing information to our community. My concerns are that, let's just put it out there, the community in my area, they're notorious for not showing up and being engaged. Why didn't we have coffee with the trustees? Why didn't we have a workshop? Why are we rushing this decision without getting the input from the community that you are serving? We're getting state funding from, because we are a Title I school, so we're getting state funding money for our school. And I think, and I'm just going to speak for the parents that aren't comfortable with speaking, they have concerns, and I've spoke to this about residents or people who live in the Southport area that have their child in dual immersion. They're afraid or have concerns of, and it was addressed on the slides, that places are getting taken away from our community, but it was addressed on the slide, so thank you for that. My biggest, another concern is transportation. Do we have something in place? Because I didn't see anything in place. Is that going to affect our funding? What about the schools that are getting the overflow of the kids that are not going to go to or want to do dual immersion? How are those schools impacted? As of right now, I think we only have 2 or 3 other schools that we could send our kids to. Well, we just heard earlier that there's safety issues at Riverbank. That's the closest school to me. I live right across from Elkhorn. That's the closest school to me. I don't want to send my kid to a school that has safety issues. So there, beyond that, I think there's a bunch of other issues and questions. I'll probably write a letter and just lay it out there for you guys so you guys can gather this information. I'm giving you feedback so that you can take it to our community. For letting me speak.
Our next public comment request is from Carrie Kierwitz.
Good evening, board and Superintendent Hildreth. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I haven't been here in a long time, but when I saw this on the agenda, it just really spoke to my heart. I worked in the school district for 30 years, and I spent 2 years at Southport, and then I had to get back to the north side. I was vice principal at Elkhorn for several years when we had the bilingual program. So the program that Ms. Tran was speaking about was a bilingual program, not the dual immersion. There was a dual immersion program, very successful dual immersion program at Elkhorn. The district couldn't sustain it because the enrollment numbers weren't there. So they switched it to a bilingual program. So it was only for Spanish-speaking students at home, no EOs. So I just want to say, I totally support the dual immersion program. Two of my grandchildren will be attending a dual immersion program in Davis when they begin school. So I think it's great. However, I have concerns about how fast it's happening. Have we gotten input from the community? Especially Las Casitas right across the street. I saw firsthand that kids had to bring themselves to school, but they were able to do that because all they had to do was walk down the street, get to the crosswalk, have the crossing lady, get them over to school. If we take that option away from them, are they going to be able to get to school consistently? Or are we going to have families that say, okay, I don't want to be inconvenienced, so all right, sign my kid up for DI, but they don't support it. They're not going to support it at home. The kids don't want it. So is that really what's going to be best for the student? I would like to see us do more outreach to families. Let's get numbers. Let's do outreach to the whole community. How many people really want this? Are we going to have the numbers to sustain it? If the numbers are there, let's move forward. Let's do it. Are we going to provide transportation? We have to provide transportation. And we can't just say, oh, I assume we're going to. Let's make sure it happens before we pass this. If we say yes and it passes, and then later down the road, we're like, oh, well, we thought we were going to provide transportation. A lot of those families in that area don't have transportation, even to get to Riverbank. So they're going to have to get their little kid, walk in the rain, and a lot of them won't do that. We know that. I know that because I've been working at Riverbank also. All right, I'll put the rest in an email and email you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last public comment request on this item is from Pat Flint.
Board Member, Superintendent Hildreth. I am for the dual immersion program, but I also remember once upon a time the Russians asked for the same thing, the Russian community, and it was not provided by the school district. And we have a lot of languages that are spoken in this school district that need to be addressed and helped as well. My main problem with this is displacing neighborhood children out of their neighborhoods. It's very hard for kids, especially children who have challenges at home, to move. It's hard for them to accept getting on a bus, going to a neighborhood, maybe not even having a sibling at that same school if the sibling wants to be in the dual immersion program. How's it going to affect them academically and socially? And that's a big concern of mine. The other concern of mine is that that neighborhood has wanted a new school renovations for years. You as a group have also spoken on how important it was for that school to be renovated for that community. So you're going to renovate the school and you're going to send students who live in that district away from that brand new school. That's not fair, that's not equitable, and it should not even be considered. I'm assuming that that school will have more classrooms than it currently has. And I'm assuming that you could still keep 2 programs at that school. I don't know whether funding is a problem. They have to split the funding between the 2 programs. Is that what the main problem is? I haven't heard that addressed at all. And it just breaks my heart that that was the first job I had when I came back to the school district. I worked there in the classroom, in a special day classroom as an aide. And it's a special school to me. And it's a special school to that neighborhood. And those parents go to that school for resources and feel comfortable going to that school to utilize resources for their family and their children. What's going to happen if they don't have the resources readily available to them? So I'm appealing to your heart to not make any changes at this time. Fine, you want to recruit more people from around the entire district? Then think about Alice Norman as the school for the DI program. I know that county offices are there, but those county offices can move to other locations within our district. God knows we have enough room in other areas. And that is a sweet little school, and it would make a great dual immersion school and leave Elkhorn with their brand-new school. So I'm appealing to you to think about the kids first.
Thank you. Board comments? You want to go first?
More questions.
Oh, questions or comments? Go ahead.
More
you guys,
questions than comments.
You guys can go ahead and come to the podium.
Okay, I'm going to start off with, I have a couple factors, and some of them were brought up by the comments that I heard from the public that I already had on my mind. One was transportation. You touched on it, Stacy, about students with IEPs and 504s. Like, that's a near and dear to my heart issue. So I guess what I want to hear is more statistics, more data. Like, you know, the classrooms are overcrowded in the EO programs. What percentage of students do we have in those classes that are 504s, IEPs, versus the students in the, you know, DI programs, right? Like, since there's 2 classes of each, there's 3 classes in total of a particular grade level. How many are being placed into the EO classes? Do we have that data?
Yeah, we do have the data. So when you look at their K through 5, which is where the biggest impact is, in our DI, we have 258 total students in K through 5. Out of that, we have 28 IAPs when you look at just as a totality of K through 5 in the DI sector. In the EO, we have 150 students, and we have 26 IAPs in the K through 5. And that's, remember, there's only one class per grade level. So when you look at where we are with IAPs, there are classes in our EO that have 5 or the highest is 6 IAPs in one classroom.
IEPs and 504s?
Just IAPs.
No, I'm talking both, because
yeah,
the challenges can be struggles of each.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear just IEPs. I want to hear both.
And then 504s, we have 9 total 504s across K through 5.
That's it?
Yeah. 9 total 504s. 9 504s in K through 5. Out of those 9, I believe. Okay. So when you look at the totality, the IAPs are and 504s, the inclusivity of how many are in the EO program obviously is comparable to the DI, but we only have 1 class in K through 5. So these classrooms are highly impacted with those IEPs and 504s.
That was getting to my point of how are we supporting those teachers with the IEPs?
You know, we provide as much support as we can with our RSP teachers, our para-educators, working through it. You know, para-educators have caseloads that have a lot of students on them. I think we've heard the discussion from para-educators and RSP teachers regarding that. So we try to provide as much work with our RSP teachers to help our current teachers to make the accommodations. You know, it's difficult, but we try. Obviously, we have speech IEPs. We also have, you know, IEPs for different situations. So it's really the support from the RSP teacher or speech pathologist working with our teachers to provide as much support as we can for those students.
And then I guess the numbers that we have currently, is that a statistical average for the EO programs for 504s and IEPs? Is that like what we've seen on a trend, that those numbers have been about the same throughout?
Yeah, when we've looked at the past years, it's about the same.
Okay. So then there's really no, if we were to take those numbers and figure out they're going to other schools now, so we're going to increase the needs at other schools for support, right? In terms of additional students and additional support with 504 or with paras and aides and RSP teachers, right? I think my concern is that I would love to hear that this is going to happen you know, like, do we have a plan to make sure that we have, you know, the other schools' needs are going to be met as well? Like, I would really like to make sure that we're not, you know, just increasing caseloads at other school sites, right? So, because that is a concern of mine. The other question that I had was about transportation. And I did hear a comment about transportation, but can we give me an image of what that looks like? Can you vocalize an image and kind of, you know, help me draw an image in my mind?
For sure. It is difficult to anticipate the transportation needs because these are kids years
In the
down.
future,
Years down. And our hope is that the more outreach we do to the community and the more education we do to the families, they will see all the benefits of dual immersion and opt in. That being said, we know it's not a perfect fit for all families, and ultimately parents have the decision-making power to figure out what's best for their family situation and their individual kids. So I have reached out. I've met with Carrie and Angelina, who are phenomenal, and we will, of course, continue to follow board policy in terms of transportation and who gets transportation and how. But also, we want to give our families a choice. If they choose not to enroll in dual immersion at Elkhorn, I understand the concerns about we're going to have a shiny new school and maybe they've been hearing about it and waiting for it. So we want to give them the option to go to the newly renovated Westfield campus, which we can't wait to see. Also Westmore Oaks, which was recently renovated, or the closest neighborhood school, which is Riverbank, which also has phenomenal programs and teachers and elective classes and classified staff. So we're going to follow board policy. We have follow-up meetings with transportation scheduled just to make sure that we don't just make this decision for the community and tell them they're on their own. We're really going to meet with every single family, explain the options, explain what we can do to continue to support them during the transition with whatever they need, whether it's transportation, whether it's resources from the Community Schools Initiative if they choose to go to a school that is no longer a community school. We want to make sure that all of our families in Washington Unified are taken care of. They have groceries and food and school supplies and winter coats and access to get to the school that they select.
Okay, that's good to know. So then I think one of the final questions that I have is about English as a second language students versus DI students, right? Are there students that are ESL students that are in the EO program that are not in the DI program? And if so, how many? You know, and what percentage of the EO program is that?
Question. So at Elkhorn in particular, every school in our district is so different, and I love that about Washington Unified, just the diversity. Currently at Elkhorn, of the 592 students, 52% have Spanish as their home language or their heritage language. So in terms of why can't we put this program somewhere else, Elkhorn already has the perfect population because it has 45% native English speakers, 52% of students with some Spanish. It is the school, interestingly, with the lowest number of students who are English learners who speak a language other than Spanish, with only 3%. Whereas Riverbank has 25% students who speak other languages. Westmore Oaks has 24% of students who speak languages other than English or Spanish. So much more diverse in their population. In terms of your question, about most of the dual immersion classes tend to be comprised of, well, our thirds, right? Most of the English learners who are native Spanish speakers opt into the program, but there are a handful in the English only program. I would say probably, if I had to estimate it, because I didn't calculate that percentage for you, I would say maybe 10% of English learners don't opt into dual immersion who are Spanish speakers.
Okay, so like 10% of maybe a 26 kindergarten class.
And to shed a little light too on the transportation issue, a few months ago when we were talking about moving forward with this plan, I looked up every single kindergartner in the English only class, and of the 26 students, 6 or 7 were already on the wait list for dual immersion. I'm proud to say that we're able to accept 3 more for next year because of attrition in the first grade class. Half of the remaining students lived outside of the 95605 zip code, so they were interdistrict transfers. So that left only 5 or 6 students who were neighborhood students who hadn't opted into dual immersion. So in thinking about transportation, it seems like a big number of English-only students now. 270 current Elkhorn students aren't in the dual immersion program. But when you look at actual, by name and by need, right, when you look at who our students are, who are in the current kindergarten class, to be able to forecast and predict who these students might be and what families might choose, it's not a class of 26. When we look at who belongs to the neighborhood schools and who's not already on the wait list for DI, it's a very small number.
Thank you. So I will say this. Trustee Carriga-Gonzalez and Wong and myself were the ones that, I guess, really saw this come back into the fray, the DI program, and how it started off so small. And I'm so proud to see it grow to where it is today. Like, it is an amazing school, and it has amazing supports to it and amazing teachers and staff. And so I'm very happy to see it come around. I do have some concerns about, what's going on with the IEPs and 504s and where they're going to be and how that displacement might happen. But as of right now, I would certainly love to see this expand. I would love to see it, as Ms. Garcia said, adopted at other schools around our district too. I would certainly think that would be beneficial for multiple. We just don't have space, right? We don't have space in our classrooms for that. So anyway, thank you for your thoughtful answers.
Anybody else? Yeah. Go ahead, Menegas.
All right. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for all the work. Gracias a todo el trabajo que están haciendo. Mucho trabajo. And I have to really thank the community for reaching out and having those conversations, even if it was 15 minutes, 20 minutes. It's been a few months of just having that conversation, sometimes in the car. And I know the concerns, kind of what I kept taking notes of was transportation and displacement, prioritizing neighborhood students, which you guys touched on. But just know that was really echoed throughout. I heard it, I listened. And then also just the pace. I think the pace was something else that can be uncomfortable, right? As a board member, I don't get to really vote on pace. I get to vote on direction, right? So in thinking about it, obviously, as a business owner myself, and when I think about being on the board, and I think about our number one clients and our customers are our students, right? So just in working with districts across the state and seeing other dual immersion programs work, you have initiatives, you have programs, and then you have schools who, it lives in the fabric, and it's a completely different level. And I trust our staff and our educators and our leaders. We care for each other, and we know people are uncomfortable. But at the same time, with that being said, prioritizing effective strategies to see our students succeed is priority to me personally. And that might come with some discomfort, right? As you guys know. So, I think for me personally, I know we can, anytime we're seeing the data and we see those gaps, it came to me back to the gaps, reading, writing, those learning gaps, and continuing to see students who I was that student, continuing to see us not close the gap. And I believe that there's certain moments in history, in life, that you can make to really impact that gap. And I believe this is one of those moves. I had a young student tell me a quote that he wrote, and it said, you may be doing a lot, but are you making moves, right? And I thought it was like a cool thing, so I had to write that down. This is one of those moves, and I truly believe in that. I also asked, I think this is where, to me, it came down to this, in representing Elkhorn as well, but just living in West Sacramento and understanding there's different layers and blind spots that I'm not going to see. So I asked the number one question for me was, maybe I'm being ignorant or maybe I'm not seeing it, but how does this hurt students? How does learning two languages hurt students? And nobody came up with the answer because they said this doesn't hurt students. It actually prepares students. We're 2024 living in California. It's one of the best ways we can prepare students. So I believe that question for me did it. I'm in full support of it. I understand there's challenges, but I'm here to support with whether it's listening to the community, finding ways and ensuring that their needs are being met. So thank you for all the work you do. But ultimately, for me, is this prepares students. This is what education is about. I tell the students all the time, when I work with students, I tell them that, school is not where we want to make you feel comfortable. It's where we want to ensure that you're secure and confident and prepared. Because as they grow up, we can't protect them, but we can prepare them. And I believe this is one of those moves. So thank you.
Go ahead, Jackie. Hopefully, I think it works. Yes, it's fine.
I'm on mute.
Yeah, you're on mute. You're talking, but we don't hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for everybody who came out. Thank you for just a wonderful data-driven, research-driven PowerPoint to staff. And I think, actually, I think we have a majority dual language learner board at this point, right? Or multilingual learners. So 3 of us at least grew up in households with a second language. And I love what Trustee Venegas had said, that the research is there is when we honor young, communities' primary language and don't kind of other you through labeling you as ELL or whatnot. This is why DI programs are so successful, right? And I feel it. I know I'm virtual, but I do feel the heartache and the pain of the families the parents who came up. And I'm just, I think you've said this over and over, and even those who were concerned, is that we are very proud of what we've done with the DI program, right? Because it is honoring native languages and not other. That is what a DI program does. It's what we, in my day job, we do it, even as early as preschool, because over the life course, it actually proves to be, more successful when we do that. When we don't say, well, you're not, you're an EL, so you're other. And I remember being labeled those things, right? And so it's important to, in a DI program, we're saying, no, we're honoring both languages, right? So to that end, I'm pretty consistent, really proud of this work, and just your staff and recommendations will be getting my support tonight. So thank you for that. I'm so emotional all the time when I talk about multilingual learners, but thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate the presentation and the work and everybody who's come out and given their time to speak. I have been honored to serve on this board since 2013, and we were not always elected by districts. We were elected by the entire community, and what an honor it was. It still is an honor, but an honor to have to knock on every door in West Sacramento and visit every school. And I've continued to visit Elkhorn every single year since. But in 2013, when I went to the school and visited, and I saw the program that you're speaking to, and I'm really glad that you talked about the Early Exit Bilingual program, because it is a different program, and I don't think everyone realizes that in our community. And it was a special place. I mean, teachers were working really hard, and it was great to see what they were doing, but I think you knew that they needed something more and something better. And this came from the staff in the community to make this happen. This didn't come from the board or from one neighborhood or the other than the community school. It came from Elkhorn families, and it came from Elkhorn staff. And it came from you, Director Tran, who had this really great vision of what could happen there. And the principal at the time when she retired, the community made it very clear that they wanted their leaders, their principals moving forward to be Spanish speaking, that they wanted this work to be championed. And so it's really great to see where we are. And that first year, I've said this before, but I wanted to enroll my daughter in this program when we first started it because you just sold me on it. The research sold me on it. It's exciting. But at the time, we didn't have childcare. And a double working household in 2 different places with 2 different commutes, that has since been changed, but we couldn't make it happen. But she's now in 7th grade. So it's been a long time that you've been doing this work. This work and the constant research and the looking at how we can do things better has been happening since then. And so I just really want to thank you for all of that. I also appreciate it. I think you made it very clear that when we talk about our neighborhoods, schools, this is a very diverse community, West Sacramento, but it's very clear that Elkhorn has the highest number of families who speak Spanish. I mean, 83% was on the dashboard, and our next closest, I think, is 67%, and then 60, 44, and downward. So that's why it's at Elkhorn right now, is because of the community wanting it there. And that's where most of our staff spoke Spanish already, too. They did not at other schools. So, but I have a couple questions to ask because I heard people talk about other facilities and if it could be somewhere else. And can we just speak to maybe Dr. Hildreth? For Alice Norman right now, we have our preschool programs there, and I believe that the county has had grants and done those classrooms that they all have bathrooms and little preschool bathrooms in all of them. Can you speak to that in terms of the classrooms at Alice Norman?
Yes, and I may need some assistance from Ms. Stovall in the facility, but when there was the switch for Alice Norman's site to focus on our youngest learners, there were some modifications that were made to the facilities. So we would, that would be something we would need to look at if we were considering to have that site to support more of a Elkhorn structure, which is K-8. And Ms. Stovall, if you have some additional info, that would be helpful.
I think that you really nailed it. You know, right now the school is designed for our youngest learners. And if we were to welcome different grades, we would definitely need to make some modifications so that can support all of our students.
Thank you. And I know it's become before our board, even I think as recently as this last school year, they had grants to go towards the playground and other facilities there that they've captured specifically for their population. So I bring that up because I think it's important to just share that that facility cannot pivot quickly into a program such as this. And then I really appreciate, and you always do this, looking down at the data for every single family and every single student. And the commitment that we will help and get them to school. My own children today, like they do every day, rode their bikes to school, and it was double the distance of what we're talking about here from a neighborhood school. And that's their neighborhood school. It was 2 miles away. So I think that as we talk about this, in terms of where it is placed, to me, it's always been in the ideal location in terms of being in a really central place and being close to other schools. The comments that were said about neighborhood schools, we clearly need to work on making sure every school is one that we all will send our children to, and everyone in this district will. And so we hear the concerns, and we're, I think, all committed to addressing those. And so I appreciate all of those pieces, and I appreciate, too, the comments made to meet with our staff, who is English-only staff, and meet with them and make sure that we can help them to stay and to get certified or to go, but into another school that's a good fit for them. I also want to just share that on the visit, when I was there recently, I went to multiple classrooms, English only as well as the dual immersion, and I saw a student teacher as well who said, I really want to get a job here, but I don't think there's going to be an opening. But I really appreciate the work that you're doing to build people up. And so I hear the community, and I know you hear them too, to continue those adjustments. And that said, I'm supportive of moving forward.
Thank you. All right. Well, I have a lot of comments and I have a lot of questions, as you probably anticipated. So one is, I'm glad to see that you've done more virtual meetings and even in-person meetings. Hearing our fellow neighbor, there wasn't very many there, but you're getting views on YouTube. So might have a career there. A side job, you can't leave this one. And so I want to make it very clear. When I said that I talked to Elkhorn families and some that live across the street, I really didn't mean across the street, and I know she lives right across the street. I speak with others that are in other areas in the neighborhood. And they really don't feel comfortable, as it's been said, to come out and speak. Because for so long, they have been silenced because their voice didn't matter. I was picked for a reason. Not all of our families that live in that area are educated. Not all of them. My father, yes, he's Mexicano, born in Mexico, came here, picked up a lot of things and created a dream. I'm not here to talk about him. What I'm here to say is that he had in his mind a vision that he was going to provide his students or his kids an opportunity. And what we're proposing to do is, yes, create an opportunity. And I love the fact that the dual immersion program is very successful. I do believe that the community should be given a choice to stay at their home school as an English-only school, or let them go to any school within Washington Unified School District, not just Riverbank, Westfield, Westmore Oaks. I mean, if you're going to tell them that they can't be here, then give them a choice of where they can go. It should be their choice. And I don't know, maybe some don't want to say the north-south, but maybe the south would be like, well, do we really want that here? I'm not saying that they would or wouldn't. I'm just saying there has been a very big line drawn in this community. And if you haven't been here for years, I've been here with the gang injunction. I was told, curfew, go home. South wasn't that way, but the North was. So that's why I'm saying there is history. So please be mindful of that. And it's unfortunate that this community is, once again, they don't come out, they don't speak out because they have been, I hate to say it, conditioned to not. They have been conditioned to like, well, what does it matter? They're already going to do it. They're already saying it. They're already preparing us. So why does it matter to speak up? It's not if the board approves, if the board approves. It's when the board approves. It's already been set. I'm hearing it. They tell me, it's already happening. Virginia, why even say anything? It's already in the works. What's the point? It's not like our voice matters. That is Broderick, and that is Bright. They are a group of individuals, families, who have been put in a place, slow social economic. You have individuals who come and they're like, where can I live? I can't afford a house in the South. So how about we move to the North? And now that I can afford an apartment or a home or whatever it is, let's go to the school in my area. And now I'm being told that I have to go somewhere else. I'm just saying, there's a lot that is happening there. And I really don't know if that is really truly being looked at. I'm happy for what is happening with this dual immersion program. I love that it's growing. I love that. But I also think it should be on the other side too. Yes, we have it. We have a system here that's been put in place that's doing well. We have 2 classes. 50% of this DI program down the middle. I mean, we could technically start one over in the south. Not saying that we would do that overnight next year, the year after that, but we could. And it'll allow it to grow the way that you are all envisioning as well. And some of our parents are also envisioning it to be accessible, not just on one side. It will definitely put a strain on the other schools that currently, the 3 schools. And I'm saying it's going to put a strain on it because you're going to have kids who are currently at Elkhorn who have incoming kindergartners, who have incoming next years, and so on and so forth. They're going to be at 2 sites. They're not part of the DI. They're going to go ahead and have to send their little brother or sister to another school site. Now you having other EO kids heading over there because they're not gonna, I mean, I did it. I was a parent who was like, no, I can't have my TK over at this site and my first grader or my second grader at this site. Transfer, we're gonna be getting a lot of those. Anticipate it, because I'm a mom who wants to make sure my kids are together. Plus, if the schools all start at the same time, how am I supposed to get one and another to 2 different sites? I don't know if that's been considered. And perhaps it has, and you're like, that's okay, less kids at our school, more for the dual immersion. I don't know. But in the end, there's going to be roughly, the numbers show 200 and something kids. I'm not saying displaced. But in the future, there will be that amount of children who will most likely be having to be transferred out to other school sites, roughly. And we are going to need to make sure that we're prepared with a plan. And yes, it's going to be a slow transition, kindergartners only, until we're going to have to transfer those other kids to other sites. Fifth graders, 6th graders, 7th graders who are English only, who have a younger brother or sibling who are now going to another school. Well, I can't have my little bro or little sis going to Riverbank by themselves, hearing all of the news or the information. They're not going to feel comfortable. I know as a parent I wouldn't if I was that worried about it. I'm not. My kids still go to Riverbank. So anyway, my questions, there's a lot going on in here. My questions are, have we thought of what we would do with those types of situations yet? Or is it more of, we'll get there when we get there? Go for it.
And then feel free to chime in. So we have thought of that because we know that having taught at Elkhorn for a long time, having lived in the community, knowing the families, celebrating our Elkhorn kids here today with the Mesa and the going off to medical school and our AVID accomplishments, super proud night. So knowing the families and knowing that, that we have families who have been here for multi-generations, like Ms. Castro shared, 4 generations. So we don't just talk numbers, we talk people. And so we have thought about it. So just like I said, that we would meet with each family and discuss their options and the best possible outcome, we'll have to consider siblings, the siblings coming up, the siblings who maybe kinder would choose another school, but they have, like you said, a 5th grade or a 4th grade sibling, and talk about the options and the impact for other schools. So do we have all the answers tonight? No, we don't. But have we thought about it? Absolutely. And we know that we want this to be the smoothest transition possible. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be easy for everyone. Growing pains are painful. But we are thinking about it, and we appreciate your comments and your concerns because it just helps us plan better and anticipate that. And that's why this change is not proposed to happen next year. We're not doing K-8 all at once. We want to do it slowly and gradually so that we can anticipate needs and so that we can see what happens with the first kinder class and adjust course and make modifications. And then if I can just do one public service announcement that I forgot to do at the beginning, for our families who do not are not proficient in English yet, when you watch these meetings back on YouTube, you're able to enable your closed captions and read the whole entire transcript in your language. And I'm going to say it in Spanish too, so that everyone has access para nuestra comunidad latina, para que ustedes sepan cuando miren esta reunión para atrás en YouTube, pueden poner las capciones y pueden leer todo el transcripto en español si quieren para que tengan acceso. And after that, if you have any additional questions, feel free to reach out to me for any clarifications or Mr. Mario Miramontes, who's available also. Cualquier pregunta que tengan después o si no vienen bien las traducciones, aquí estamos el señor Mario y yo para ayudarlos. Thank you.
Can I just add something to what you're saying, or do you want to finish your
I
comments?
would like to finish and then yes, you can add after. Anything else? Okay, I have, oh man. I had one more. I'm pretty sure it'll come back to me later. It's not your fault. I had it, I didn't write it down. Go ahead and make your comment. Yes.
And it'll come back to you.
I'm
Just
hoping.
taking a break. But to your point, well, first of all, thank you for sharing that history, because the more we learn about the needs from the community that they are sharing with you, the more we can change. And so thinking about just the changes that were made in the presentation today were based off of some of the questions that trustees asked me just this week. And we try to be as responsive as possible, and that would be my message to the community as we're trying to regain trust for what you're sharing about a historical treatment and what that feels like. And so you get to the point where you don't believe that people value your voice, and I think that we do, as all of the strategic plan and everything says, but it's more about not just words, it's about those actions. And so I would ask the community as we're going through this to look at how we are responding. We heard at the last meeting from our teachers in the English only program who were concerned about the support needed. They were supportive of the DI program. They were just concerned about how do we make sure that the students who, while this transition is going on, are still getting the support that they need. And we met with them last week, and they talked to us, and we have already been in conversation with our WSTA partners about what this would look like, what maybe changes we could do through side letters or MOUs to make it work, because the dedication is there. We're hearing them talk about, with this imbalance, it's more of, can I support students in the way that they need to? I think Vice President Pizzotti, you brought up the concern of students with IEPs or 504s. Will we be able to support that group going to other schools? I say yes, because we support students with 504s or IEPs whenever they come to us, whether they're coming from another school in our system or if they're coming to changing to one of our schools. What we need to do is just making sure we now are looking at those numbers to ensure that that support can be done. But I say that because that is what building trust in the community, the calls, what do people want? And for us, yes, we can say we're having 10 meetings, but if nobody's coming, that's just a meeting. That isn't a conversation. So then it is our thinking of, from the community, how would you like us to engage in a different way? If the way that we're saying we had a virtual meeting and we had an in-person meeting and we had a morning meeting, we had a PM meeting, if that isn't meeting your needs, then we just need to know what or how. Is it a meeting and including the trustee there? Like, we're open to what is going to make the community feel that their voices are valued, because we understand that it's their children that we are supporting.
Thank you. It did come back to me. And one of the questions that my fellow trustee said is, well, how is this hurting the community, or how is this hurting the kids? It really isn't. We know that the dual immersion program is not hurting the kids. My opposition is not making or having a dual immersion program there. My opposition is making this school a full dual immersion program when the community needs to have an input, and they're not showing up to certain places because they don't feel comfortable. It's not their environment. It's your environment. Your environment. Our environment. It's not theirs. So maybe perhaps go to a picnic. Go where they're posting their community events. Go where they are. Because that's how you're going to reach them. And one of the things is with that being said, I'm actually thinking you need an additional year of pushing it to the community and get them ramped up and ready to do this. Otherwise, in a few years' time, you're going to hear it. Perhaps, hopefully you're still here. You know, I'm hoping you're still sticking around and you didn't go to YouTube. I'm, you know, an influencer now. But I'm just saying, like, I see him thinking about it. But I'm just saying, like, I really, really, truly believe that there's also needs to be additional planning. And this isn't just getting rushed. That's where I'm at. I think we can get there, but it needs to go in steps and baby steps, not toddler steps, but, you know, like, we're showing promise. And that way the community will invite you, hey, we're having Elkhorn here. They're going to talk to you guys about the DI program of what's about to happen. So that way they feel that's our school and they're a part of us. I really think by doing that, you will engage the community the way it needs to be engaged. You will actually get the full, true buy-in by everybody, and I probably won't be getting as many phone calls. I would like that, just a little bit. So that's my say, and I know you had something else you wanted to say.
Thank you, because a couple of things did pop into my mind after I'd already made my comments, so I still want to get there. First, there was a comment made by President Knapp about contractually there may be an issue here. Can somebody explain to me what that might be in terms of bumping rights and how that might happen?
Yes, what President Neb has asked for us to work on this summer is making sure that we can look at language in terms of transfers and when people are allowed to transfer, and to determine if there could be a domino effect with bumping rights. So he's asked that we look at that language in order to ensure that the teachers who would be, the 4 teachers over time who would be leaving have the rights to transfer, and if they didn't want to transfer, what would that look like?
Thank you. And then I want to vote yes on this, but I want some commitment first. And one of the commitments is I agree with what you said by allowing any of the displaced English-only students to go to anywhere in the district, not just several schools in the area. So that's one commitment that I want. And I want to hear somebody say, yes, this is going to happen, or this will be committed. Anyone?
Can I ask a clarifying question? Can I ask a clarifying question? Are you saying that it possibly could then displace a student at that school? I mean, I think that's a big conversation, and we'd have to consider what that is. I agree on principle, yes, they should go to any school that is in this district.
Well, they're being
But
displaced.
just like Elkhorn families are able to stay at their school if they would like to be in this program, just visiting every school and going into every classroom and knowing what pockets are where in terms of class size, that commitment, I'm just saying, we have to have a conversation about, because that goes into what our district policy is for transfers in terms of a neighborhood
tool as
Right,
well.
but we're also making a change to effectively district policy here by changing the school makeup from an English-only DI component to a DI-only. So like that's the continual makeup of one school. So I'm saying you're talking about 26 kids in a class being dispersed amongst potentially 7 schools, which I don't think is going to have massive impact. But it could. It could have a massive impact at Westfield or Riverbank or Westmore Oak. So that's kind of my question. I would like to hear that, yes, and any of the EO students that would have normally gone to Elkhorn can go to any school in the district.
I think that that is something that we could put as a priority. It would be, we would have to make sure that we're also looking at the numbers of those students at the homeschool where that is their homeschool, but by adding to the options of families of where they can choose from, I would say that we would be able to extend it from those 4 schools to look at schools across the district.
I agree, and to add one, I'm just going to value add to make sure that my comment made sense. And that is that there are some grade levels in our district at some schools, I mean, it depends, people don't move in perfect pockets, where a student who lives in the neighborhood is also on a wait list. They are also not going to that school. So that's why I'm saying there are some places in our district where we have specific classrooms that are impacted already. So I agree with making it a priority. I just want to make sure that we're all clear on.
First come, first serve, right?
What?
Those wait lists are first come, first serve, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So this would be the same thing, right?
As long as it's in line.
Can I value add here? Having done transfers and
Hold on. Sorry, Jackie. Okay, go for it.
Having done transfers on the policy group in a large district in a school of choice, there are also legal obligations, and I agree with Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. It's just not you can't promise something just because it's our policy, and there are other literally legal obligations and priorities that we have to follow. I don't recall if Elkhorn's a school of choice, which may allow, I forget, Westfield was one. I wasn't sure if Elkhorn was one. But anyways, I can go into the policy nerdy stuff. But I think what we're hearing is like we agree in concept, but there are details that need to be unpacked, if you will, on what that could look like depending on a number of different policy and legal factors. Right. So I just want to be clear about that. For example, priorities for students in foster care, priority for students who are homeless, priorities for siblings. There's just a list of priorities, even if you're on a list. It's not first come, first serve. There's just a number of things that take you off the list and enter. So that being said, at Southport, we have a significant we don't say this, a significant population who is actually from, and I don't know if people realize this, is actually from the north side. Right, that's how we get to be Title I school, primarily because we actually, the idea of north-south does exist, and I think there are south side schools that do have a lot of north side families by choice, right? So I just wanted to kind of value out with that, but I absolutely agree with Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. There are just moving parts to it and a bigger policy conversation with that. And President Coffey, I appreciate the year delay, and if I understand Clerk Kirby Gonzalez correctly, this is a conversation that happened over 10 years ago with the community, and I think if we keep on dealing, it's how I hear you how we do it, and it's a 10-year plan. So by the end of a 10-year plan, we'll maybe have been in it 19 years for full transition. If I understand correctly, almost 2 decades. But on the priority, again, understanding concept, I'm not sure we can guarantee anything given other legal obligations that we might have to adhere to.
Does that answer your question?
No, not really, but I do have another commitment that I would like to have, and that is that we provide, if it's not going to be allowed to transfer to any school within the district, that we do provide additional support for Westfield, Westmore Oaks, and Riverbank in terms of IEP, support, paras, whatever. And I mean actual bodies. I don't mean, a rotating staff member. I want to hear that we can have bodies there, because I don't want to have an already overburdened system with, challenges be even more challenging. Like, that's not something we want to have. And it's not servicing our kids the best either. So I'd like to hear at least we can do that. We can at least ensure that we are going to have additional supports in physical bodies for those schools.
I could say that would be the goal, but to make to share that publicly, that everything, we could be able to do everything, I would want to be sure that what I'm saying is going to happen, that I have really taken the time to ensure that that can actually happen, or what that looks like, or get the input from our school sites about what that would look like for their schools, or working with, just working with the team to make that happen. Because I hear what you're asking, and it is a reasonable ask. I just would want to make sure what that would look like for each of those sites.
Oh, I really, really want to support this. I really do. Yeah, it is a struggle for me, because I've made this basically one of my priorities all year, is to make sure that we get supports for IEPs and 504 students at every school site, not just the ones in the south or the ones in the north. It doesn't matter. It's at every school site, but this is going to be impacted at certain more school sites than others, because you're taking a certain program of students and putting them in 3 instead of all of the schools, right? Instead of moving and kind of spreading out the 504s and the IEPs throughout all of the schools, you're potentially, coalescing them in 3. So that is my concern. That is something that I do have concerns about. So I guess I'll just have to wait.
Yes, you can make another comment.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, Vice President Pizzotti, currently, the students who are there in this long-term plan, they have IEPs currently, and they're being served correct, and they are going to move through, and they have a space where they can stay until they promote, correct? Okay. And so if a student is coming in to dual immersion, would you accept a student who has a 504 or an IEP? So we have no way of knowing how many students with 504s or IEPs are not going to be at Elkhorn and will be at other schools. So until we have those, I think, as always, if we have students who have services, we have to serve them based on what their IEP says. And so we don't know what that will be yet. So maybe the commitment can be that we will keep pulse of those numbers, and that we will ask for that data, and we will evaluate it as we move forward. But at this point, we would have no way of knowing that, and this would be 2 years out to get that data to see what those numbers are.
I think you kind of asked the question of, like, average, how many come in or how many you have each year. So that's where he's pulling the numbers from. So we can anticipate what is to be shifting. That's kind of where Vice President Pizzotti was coming from, and why he was bringing that up.
I'm wondering if our special director of special education is here and might be able to give us some information on how we can continue to support our students.
I wouldn't miss this amazing presentation. I think to answer your question directly is yes, wherever our students are is where our obligation is to meet their needs. So if we have to move students for whatever reason, then we look at our numbers, and if we have to also then shift staff because of that, or we have to increase our staffing, because that's just what we do. I mean, that's what I do every week, is looking at where our numbers are, where I need to, make sure that I have enough and sufficient support to support all of our students. And that would be the same for a 504 student, regardless if they don't have a 504 in September, but they come in January with a new diagnosis, then we support the teams in providing them the support and where they're at. And that's regardless of school, age, we do what we have to for our students.
Then I guess the question I would have is, have you checked in with the admin and the teachers at Westmore Oaks, Westfield, and Riverbank as to what they think, they will need in terms of support?
I personally have not checked in with all of them, but I
it's
have
not necessarily
had,
for you, Carla.
I
it's
have
for
had
everybody else.
conversations about what that could potentially imply for, the future. But again, I think someone else's example is if someone moves in with 20 kids, then we're going to support that and no matter what, right? So our obligation as a district is to provide that support for all of our students. So, and if for some reason there's one site that's, further impacted, then we would look at what our numbers are, staying within our ratios, staying within our compliance, and then looking to see how we support students in that area.
So if I can, to your question, when we first decided to move forward with this proposal this year, that was one of the first things that Assistant Superintendent Streak did, even prior to meeting with the Elkhorn staff and putting the word out there. She met with the other principals to talk about this decision and to hear their concerns and their questions about impact. So it's definitely been on our minds, and we want to make sure that we're doing this thoughtfully and including all community partners and all involved parties to make it as seamless as possible, with the understanding that there's going to be a little discomfort and there's going to be a lot of change. But that is something that we've done, not specifically talking about our students with IEPs and 504s, but that definitely came up in terms of how we're going to serve and meet the needs of all students, regardless of what site they're at.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe.
Were you gonna? Okay. Oh, I just, because I know a lot of the questions are about wondering, and it's almost impossible to really be able to decide, say or guarantee, right? And I, as an educator and a provider, I've got to say I have full trust in our staff, in your heart, en tu corazón de servicio. So just so it's clear, yo hago una, ¿se dice movida? No se dice movida, huh? I make a motion just whenever the board is ready.
Any other comments, questions?
I'll second when the board's ready.
I don't know if that got picked up. Go ahead.
I will second when the board's ready.
So I guess the question is the board ready?
Ready. Do you have any more comments or questions?
Got it. You look like you're brewing questions.
No.
All right. All right, I guess the board is ready to proceed. We're going to go ahead, motion by Trustee Venegas, or moved by Trustee Venegas, second by Trustee Wong. Roll call vote. Vice President Pizzotti. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye. Aye. Can you hear me? I don't.
Yes.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Venegas?
Sí.
And I'm a no. So, but you have your full dual immersion program school coming in following year. Right, on that, on to the next. Approval of the Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, between the Washington Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, Riverview Chapter 168, regarding the pay adjustment agreement agreed upon by the Equity Pay Committee. Vera?
Thank you. Good evening. I am excited about this item and excited to share that in alignment with our CSCA collective bargaining agreement, Washington Unified School District and CSCA established a joint equity pay committee this year and reviewed compensation for 2 classification. Earlier this evening, Vice President Ms. Pagano shared the work that this committee has done. It's a very collaborative process. The members of the committee collects data from neighboring districts, reviews job description for positions that are alike, that are under job study, and compensations for those positions. After reviewing the data, the committee's recommendation is a equity pay adjustment for 2 classifications under study, our bus drivers and our physical analyst. Tonight, I am bringing forward for you the Equity Pay Committee's recommendation to increase salary for these positions.
Public comments? Any comments from the board? I'm looking, I don't know which way.
I second.
Okay,
All
so-
right.
all right, so we're gonna go ahead and move by Trustee Wong, second by Trustee Venegas, and roll call vote. Vice President Pizzotti,
An enthusiastic aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez,
Yes.
Trustee Wong,
Yes, ma'am.
Well done.
Trustee Venegas,
Claro que sí.
and I too say aye.
Thank you.
All right. Now we move on to the approval of the Arts, Music, and Instructional Material Block Grant. Monique Oval.
Good evening. I'm going to lift this up just a little bit. Okay. Go just a little bit more. Use the remote.
Yeah. Sorry, I was saying yes, please, for water.
Okay, thank you and good evening. I am returning with a request for approval of the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant. At our last board meeting, we did have an information and discussion about this particular grant, and the board did request some changes which we've implemented. Before I begin, I want to make sure that we're clear on what funding source we're talking about. Here in California, and we heard it earlier today, we are in such a great position to be able to have increased funding for music and arts in our schools. As a classical pianist, this makes me really excited to be able to see that students in schools can be able to have the opportunity to really enjoy the arts and be able to excel in that particular area. But there's differences in funding. So what we're talking about right now is a one-time funding source, that the funding source ends in June 2026 and is meant for very specific items that are for arts, music, but also some other areas. Prop 28, also known as Arts and Music in Schools, is a wonderful ongoing funding source, where 80% of that funding source is designated to help support us in staffing so that we can make sure that we have the people with the expertise available to support our students. So the purpose of this conversation tonight and this item is to provide an overview and request approval of the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant. Aligns, we believe, with every aspect of our district. And so a quick overview of this particular grant. It was part of the 2020 budget, and our allocation actually was received not too long ago. Unfortunately, on the next slide, you'll see that it was decreased slightly due to the California budget. An important part of this is it does require a board-approved plan. As mentioned on the previous slide, our original allocation was about $4.4 million. That was decreased by the budget, and so our allocation now is about $4.2 million. So thinking about the allowable uses, the allowable uses are quite unique in that, again, it's called the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant, but how you can use this particular funding is to support a variety of areas within a school district to ultimately support our kids. First is our standards-aligned professional development instructional materials. Next is diverse and culturally relevant book collections for schools and classes. Operational costs including but not limited to retirement costs, healthcare costs. Instructional materials and professional development for improving the school culture. And last but not least, COVID-19 related items. Based upon your feedback at our last meeting, we have adjusted our proposal and our plan to include monies designated for the standards-aligned professional development and instructional materials. We propose about $1.4 million to support professional development and instructional materials to enhance our VAPA programs. When we think of instructional materials, that's, I think of music sheets, but it's also instruments and whatever is needed to be able to support our students and our program. Next, we still recommend and propose that we spend about $2.8 million to support services currently funded by our expiring ESSER monies, elementary and secondary school emergency relief monies, and that is to be able to support our social workers, our paraprofessionals, teacher on special assignment, and our certificated coordinator. That's the operational cost portion of this particular grant. What our next steps are is we will request approval, and then we would like to include, if approved, this budget into our 24-25 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments?
No public comments?
Any comments from the board? Yes. Go ahead. Oh, wait, no,
I
I
was just
thought
going to say,
you-
I do.
You
Let Sarah go first. I'm trying to collect my
Is
thoughts
this
here.
on? I can't tell.
Yes, it's on.
I just wanted to thank you for making these changes from our meeting last time. And I did talk to our high school band teacher, Rudy Cisneros, and he also said thank you for this. But the commitment is that we spoke, Dr. Hildreth and I, that our teachers in the district, our VAPA teachers who are doing this work will have a voice in this
Absolutely.
funding as we move forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, so this is one-time block grant money, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I guess we're funding positions that are running out on the ESSER 3. We're backfilling that, right? So, but yet this is only a 2-year grant. What are we doing with these positions after that 2 years?
After the 2 years, we need to, and even into next year, we need to continue our assessment on our different funding sources and our monies available and identify how we can stabilize our budget. We've had those conversations through the past few months. Knowing that this money isn't expiring, we'll need to make a determination on whether or not we will be bringing those positions into the general fund or another area within our district budget.
Because I remember that exact same answer given to us when we said that the ESSER 3 funds expire in '24 when we brought these positions into the fold. So I guess, are we going to continue to look for grant funding to continue these positions on as they, because my only concern is that that's one-time money, and you said don't put positions in that eat, right? Like, so that's my question.
Yes, we are always seeking grants as ways to continue to provide the supports that our students need. And so when we had started with our ESSER dollars, this grant was not there. And now this grant is here, and we want to utilize it the best way that we can and continue to seek additional grants. So that has been an ongoing practice that we plan on continuing.
Okay. And my only concern is because these people are basically hired into 2-year temp positions, right? Like, or limited term positions, because they knew that there's an expiration date on their grant. So going forward, we're extending that out for another 2 years by this grant. Do they continue to know that those positions are potentially not going to be there? They're not going to be fully funded?
That is something that we're going to be working with our HR team to have those conversations and making sure that everyone knows what funding sources are being utilized, so that we're making people aware of their funding source and how we plan seeking grants to be able to continue as much as possible.
And then the other question is basically, does every single school have a band program or a music program?
I'm not sure.
Currently, no, but that is in the works for the use of the Prop 28 money, which we just recently received our allocation, and the Prop 28 money is for 80% of staffing. So, for example, the principals have been letting us know what their needs are. And so for Bridgeway and Stonegate, they're asking to share a VAPA teacher. They would like to have a teacher who specializes in theater, choir, dance, and starting that pathway. For Southport and Westmore Oaks, they also would like to use the Prop 28 to have a teacher specialize in theater, drama, or choir. For Westfield, WUVA, and YOLO, they're looking to hire a full-time band teacher because those are the schools that don't have one, and they want to combine their school's allocation to support those 3 schools, knowing that majority of time would go to Westfield just because of the numbers, but would also be able to support WUVA and YOLO. And then for Riverbank and Elkhorn, they're asking for a VAPA teacher where they can focus on media arts or classes like digital photography, graphic design. So our schools are looking to use the Prop 28 to really shore up what they can do.
The teachers, right. I get that. The question that I had was, like, since this is mostly for supplies, right? The instruments, the things that are actually physical that we have to buy. That would be my question, is like, I remember hearing Mr. Cisneros say, hey, Westfield doesn't even have a band. Like, I want to make sure we can provide instruments to our schools that don't have, or, make sure that we have enough to replace those schools. Is this money enough? Like, that's the question, is the 1.2 million enough to make sure that happens?
I think the important part is engaging with our teachers to identify what their needs are. So I'm unable to answer if that's enough until I know their needs. And even though we have this monies and other monies, our overarching goal is to be able to support our students and support our teachers. And should that be finding other funding sources, then that's what we'll do to support our program.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Jackie?
None at this time. Thank you.
I only have one question, and it's mainly about the operational cost, the 28 million, the social worker, the para, the TOSA. What exactly is a TOSA, a teacher on special assignment? What do they do that, I mean, I know what a social worker does, and I know what a paraprofessional does. And I also don't really know what a certificated coordinator is, but I'd like to get educated right now.
I will do my best unless Dr. Hildreth knows this.
So for a TOSA, that's a teacher on special assignment. So we have a TOSA as an example for math. And that is a teacher who works directly with our math teachers, helping to plan lessons. They're working now doing trainings to align our standards and create common assessments. They will, the TOSA will go into a classroom and do demo lessons, co-teach with a teacher. So it really is that in-school direct support directly for teachers.
And I do have the specifics, so it is math, instructional technology, and English learners, those particular TOSAs.
And it's, how many? There's 3 of them. So they're one for math, one for, okay,
Yes.
okay. And those 3 TOSAs are all over the school district? They're just at one side and
They support district.
okay. And we're kind of monitoring where they're at and that they're being effective and that what they're doing is making a difference and an impact?
Yes,
And we
so that's one of the things that Assistant Superintendent Street does. She meets with our coaches, our intervention specialists, our TOSAs, to find out what the needs are. I know they shared at the Curriculum Council when we're doing adoptions, and even with meetings with me, it took a while for some teachers to want to welcome in someone into their classroom, and they would send out calendars, we can come, and now they say that they're filled. Like if somebody were to ask them for support, they now have so many requests, and that is the benefit, so that the teachers who were utilizing that support found it helpful and then told others in the school, and more people began to utilize that support. But that is data that we do track.
I think we have to take a small timeout as it is 9:59. Do I have a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock? My motion. Who moves?
I'll second.
All right. Roll call vote. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Venegas.
Aye.
And I too say aye. Okay, we can proceed.
Yes.
And all before 10. Sorry about that. Okay, so just wanted to kind of clarify, that's what the intention is. Is that, and we're saying that the schools actually need them. They feel that they're getting the support that they need by having them, these teachers on special assignments. I'm just trying to figure out, is this really funds that should go there, or should this be funds that should go towards our bands or our other arts, since this is math, tech, and English language?
Again, the feedback that I've received and the data of the teachers who are utilizing the services, and from the conversations that I've been able to be a part of over these last 2 weeks, where the TOSA and the TOSAs and the coaches have been leading these grade level planning sessions, and I'm coming there to be able to listen to teachers and hear the level of engagement. That those sessions that are being led by TOSAs for our teachers is an investment that I believe is making an impact for our kids.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, we're gonna send a bunch of our teachers to Denver. They're gonna come back. Would those be the teachers that are separate from the TOSAs? And if that's the direction we're going, do we really need these ones? That's where I'm trying to figure out, like, we're not like putting too much into a pot I guess that's where I don't know if I'm even making sense.
You are, even though it's 10 o'clock.
I
You
know, I'm
are.
sorry.
And I would say yes, because what we're trying to do when you bring up especially bringing up the conference, is really building capacity.
Okay.
Is how are we making sure that our teachers have the knowledge and the skills that we know are needed to accelerate our student achievement outcomes. And that happens by training. And we know that we're going to have these discussions to see, are we at a capacity level where we'll have to look at some things differently? But for what we are seeing, the parties in these positions now are being helpful to us meeting our student achievement goals and getting better.
Thank you. So I have no other comments or questions. And I don't even remember, did I ask if there was any public comments? Okay, sorry. I don't know, I feel like I'm going backwards. It's past. Do I have a motion then? Moved by Vice President Pizzotti.
I'll second.
I second.
Or Jackie will. We're kind of together right here at this microphone.
We're together.
Second by Trustee Wong. Roll call vote, Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Venegas.
Aye.
And I too say aye. Okay. Thank you for the clarifying answers. All right, next agenda, approval of the contract with Managed Facility Solutions for relocation services for the Westfield Village Modernization Project. Monique, welcome
Thank
back.
you. Yes, welcome back. We are asking for your approval for this contract with what's also known as MFS to assist with the move of our students who are from Westfield, who are currently at Clarendon, back to their modernized school. MFS helped with the move for them last year, got them over there. They came back at the beginning of the school year, helped everyone to be set up through a competitive bidding process. We recommend that they're awarded again. They will begin moving all of our students and staff. They'll also return during the first week or the week before school to make sure that everyone's settled and provide that additional support. The financial impact of the contract is $99,333.90 paid through the Measure Z fund.
Any public comments? Any comments from the board or questions?
I move.
All right. Moved by Vice President Pizzotti, second by Trustee Venegas. Roll call vote. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Venegas.
Aye.
And I too say aye. Moving back home. All right, approval of the contract with Madsen Roofing and Waterproofing, Inc. for the Westmore Oaks Elementary School roof replacement project. Monique.
Thank you. So this is part 2 of the Westmore Oaks roof replacement project. Back in August, you approved an agreement with Studio W for the architecture work for this particular project. As a reminder, this project is part of the Quick Strikes projects that the board approved in, I think it was October of '22. The Quick Strikes projects are those projects that were identified that we needed to do or we wanted to do, but didn't quite fit into the Measure Z bond program. And this was called out as a project that needed to be done. During the modernization of Westmore Oaks, the roof was not in that project. And so we're circling back to get that project done. It's important to note, I guess it's not last, 2 years ago, almost a couple years ago, during the major storms, a portion of that school's roof in Building D was blown off. We got that repaired, we got that fixed, everything's good now, but we still need to address the other wings to make sure that we replace those roofs. We did do competitive bidding, and Madsen Roofing and Waterproofing was identified to have the best proposal, and therefore we are requesting approval for an agreement with Madsen Roofing for $903,012 paid through the deferred maintenance fund.
Any public comments?
Yes, there is one public comment request on this item from Pat Flint.
Okay, thank you.
Didn't we just modernize that school and put new air conditioners on that roof? And the roof was not replaced or worked on? West Marks Elementary School was modernized, what, 3 years ago? And I know every one of those HVAC units were replaced because they replaced ones that were only 5 years or less old because it didn't meet some of the requirements to hook up correctly. So why in the world are we doing these modernization projects and then going back 2 years later and spending another $1 million to replace the roof? This is the way this board operates that frustrates the crap out of me. You do the cart before the horse and you never do it properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? All right. Do I have a motion?
Second.
All right. Moved
Wait,
by.
I did have a quick question.
Okay, ask your question first.
So this is out of deferred maintenance. Could it be used out of RDA monies?
Yes, it could.
So is there a particular reason why one or the other?
Yes. So I need to move this up a little bit. So when we began this project, we began it with deferred maintenance because at that time, or I won't say because, but at that time, we weren't considering RDA. We were looking at our RDA funding for some other sources and some other potential projects, and that's why deferred maintenance was chosen at that time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead. Trustee Wong moved and Vice President Pizzotti second. Roll call vote. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong. Aye. Trustee Venegas.
Aye.
And I too say aye with, let's make sure we do the next ones better. We don't do this again.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, next one, approval of the contract with DataPath, Inc. for technology hardware for the Westfield Village Elementary Modernization Project.
Thank you.
So many.
We are requesting your approval with DataPath for Extreme Network Equipment. What Extreme Network Equipment is, it's the equipment that we need for our networking or wireless infrastructure. The contract, or excuse me, the cost for this particular contract for our Westmore Oaks Westfield modernization project is $219,277.76, paid via the Measure Z bond fund.
Are there any public comments? Okay, any comments from the board?
Move.
Moved by
Second.
Trustee Venegas, second by Vice President Pizzotti. Roll call vote. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong. Aye. I thought we almost lost you. Trustee Venegas.
Aye.
And I too say aye. All right. Yeah. And next, approval of agreement for public access easement grant to City of West Sacramento.
Thank you.
Monique.
So I'm asking our Director of Facilities, Dan Banowitz, to come and assist me with this particular item, because this is something new to me as well. It's something that I had to learn about on what a public access easement is. And so I love to be able to try to make sure I understand by repeating back. And so I ask if I get something incorrect, that you definitely help me to explain. So in our Westfield modernization project, we are adding a really great element to that particular school, which is kind of a bus drop-off area where it comes into the school campus. In doing that, it changes the flow of the sidewalk. Therefore, the public sidewalk is now on our property. And of course, it's a public sidewalk, so the city will need to be able to do maintenance to it, and we need to make sure that we assure the city that we don't build on that particular public sidewalk.
Therefore, we are requesting your approval of an agreement with the city for what's called a public access easement grant, be able to grant access to that particular area. Did I get this right?
All right, are there any public comments? Any comments or questions from the board? No? All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez moves. Vice President Pizzotti seconds. Vote. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong. Aye. And Trustee Venegas.
Aye.
And I too say aye. Give him access.
Thank you.
All right. And approval of the introductory statistics by OpenStax textbooks purchase. Matt Ainsworth.
Good evening again. Traditionally, we would go through, the public hearing, but this is not an adoption. We were wanting to just move forward with a textbook purchase for 2 of our courses at the high school. During our curriculum council meeting, we discussed it as an action item, as if it was an adoption, but it is not a multi-year adoption with the program. At the May 7th curriculum council, the council recommended moving forward with the high school math teacher's recommendation of introductory statistics by OpenStax. As the statistics textbook purchase beginning in the 24-25 school year, the cost of the textbook purchase will be $1,044.36 and will be funded by the Instructional Materials Fund.
All right. Are there any public comments?
No public comment?
Comments or questions from the board?
So moved.
All right. We're going to go Clerk Kirby Gonzalez moves, Trustee Venegas seconds, Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Venegas.
Aye.
I too say aye.
Thank you.
Next, stay there. Approval of the calculus for the advanced placement course textbook purchase.
Similar to statistics, the calculus is not a formal adoption, multi-year adoption. It's just a textbook purchase. At the May 7th curriculum council meeting, they moved forward with a recommendation for calculus for the AP course as the textbook purchase beginning next year. The cost will be $14,698, and again, funded from the Instructional Materials Fund.
Any public comments?
No public comments?
Any comments from the board? All right, we have a motion?
I move.
I second. Oh.
Come on.
Okay, I think I got all
Take any
four.
of them.
I take all 4 second, but Trustee Venegas motion or moved. So you pick. You heard them all. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
And Trustee Venegas.
Aye.
And I too say aye. Yay for that calculus. Okay.
Got another math class.
Right, approval of the integrated math 1 through 3, math adoption with Reveal Math.
Thank you. This is a much more formal adoption. Earlier tonight, there was a public hearing for the Reveal Math adoption. As we shared earlier at the May 7th Curriculum Council meeting, the council recommended adopting Reveal Math for the integrated math 1 through 3 curriculum starting in the 24-25 school year for a total of 8 years. The cost of the math adoption for the 8 years will be $374,955.60 and will be funded from the Instructional Materials Fund. Staff is requesting the board's consideration approving the recommendation from the council to adopt.
All right, are there any public comments?
No public comment?
Any comments from the board? Anybody want a motion or move? Okay, Vice President Pizzotti moves. I will second. All right, Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Venegas.
Aye.
And I too say aye.
Thank
Yay,
you. We are
math.
now fully adopted K-12 math. Thank you so much.
And I'm gonna be, on a note, my son actually said he preferred Reveal, just so you know. And he was there in the class, in the meeting, and he wanted to say something, and he goes, I just feel a little weird, because I'm a kid. And I said, I want to hear from you too. He goes, well, Reveal was a lot better. So, note to self. All right, moving on. Approval of the out-of-state conference for the Advanced Placement Summer Institute APSI, June 18th to 21st of 2024 in Marietta, Georgia. I was gonna say, I'm not, like, there we go. Hi. Thank you.
It's me. It's you. Stephanie. I am presenting this evening and request the approval of the out-of-state conference, as you said, for the Advanced Placement Summer Institute. This offers the most thorough professional learning available for AP educators. The session is designed for teachers of AP African American Studies and will focus on examining the diversity of African American experiences through the course's direct encounters with authentic and varied sources. This request is to help support a new course at River City taught by a new to AP teacher. Attending the APSI conference will provide a valuable opportunity to explore and develop effective units, lessons, and of course the syllabi. The approximate cost is $2,300 for one teacher to attend this conference, to be paid from certificated professional learning budget.
Right. Are there any public comments?
No public comment?
You have comments from the board?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Get them all in before the end of the year, as a fiscal year. But the question that I had actually was, when it says to be paid from the certificated staff professional learning budget, is that general fund budget? Or is it?
For this particular conference, that is actually out of our LCAP goal 1.01, which is professional learning to support teachers.
Thank you.
So that is budgeted and has already been approved as part of the budget.
This year, yes, no.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
talking about next year's before I start saying no to things.
Any other
No, I'm
comments?
good. I'm
Okay.
good.
Do we have a motion to move?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, second by Vice President Pizzotti. Roll call vote. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Venegas.
Aye.
And I too say aye. Have fun in Georgia. Okay. Approval of the out-of-state conference, Innovative School Summit, July 8th through 12th, 2024 in Vegas, Nevada. Las Vegas, Nevada. Oh, Stephanie.
I am back. So again, we are requesting the approval of the out-of-state conference for the Innovative School Summit. This is a conference that was previously brought forth last board meeting. You heard testimony from several staff members in regard to just how powerful this conference was. This request is for 11 Riverbank staff to attend this conference in Las Vegas. It's the 4 actual conferences in one. You do get access to all of the conferences with themes that include looking at student learning loss or progressing, leading school improvement, trauma-informed instruction, and some of the sessions include positive behavioral supports and interventions, leadership, school culture and climate, and supporting students academically and behaviorally. The cost of this out-of-state request is approximately $3,000 per attendee for a total of $33,000. This conference is budgeted from the Riverbank Single Plan for Student Achievement through their CSI funds directly to improve culture and climate, as was identified in a NEET survey.
Are there any public comments?
No public comments?
Any comments from the board? Just to make sure, this is the one that Westfield is going to be going to,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm excited that Riverbank is also participating. All right, well, on that note, I will move.
I second.
Okay, let's go ahead, roll call vote. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Yes.
Trustee Venegas.
Yes.
And I too say aye. Yay! Now we're going to.
Thank you.
Thank you. To the action item number 14 that was pulled from consent. Superintendent Office approval of the renewal agreement between Washington Unified School District and Lamont Digital for Comprehensive Communications Support Services.
Good evening.
Oh, hello. Yes, go ahead. You have questions?
I do. Is this on?
Yes, it is.
Sorry,
No,
it's
you're
turned
on.
sideways and I have all these things going on with.
Yes, you're on.
Okay. So I just have a couple questions why I pulled this. And one would be, I know that we saw a lot of the digital pieces that have been done by the district in partnership with this company, and they've been really phenomenal the way that you've highlighted our own staff and our own kids. So I want to thank you for that. My questions with this would be, what measures are you using in terms of bringing this back that you're feeling like that you can point to of the success of this company? And two would be the budget place of where this comes from. And so that might be somebody else's question too. And then has it been budgeted already in this budget in terms of moving forward what the budget would look like?
Okay. I'll start with the most recent question in terms of budget. So this particular contract, in terms of working with this partner that the district has been working with for the last 2 years already, comes specifically out of the communications budget, which is directly tied to the general fund, but it's also no different than any other department or office's budget that also comes out of the general fund. In terms of purpose and data that we are using to drive this partnership, I want to remind our audience that this partnership actually began 2 years ago. When we were coming out of COVID, we identified several specific district priorities also outlined in the strategic plan, specifically attendance and enrollment. They were kind of key areas that we wanted to invest more time, more effort, and more resources to address and see if we can turn the needle in terms of outcomes for the district. We actually started in year one, creating two, I would say, mini contracts with this particular partner, specifically focused respectively on each of those topics, attendance and enrollment. The reason we did those mini contracts is because we were going into this with no prior data, no prior strategies that really focus specifically on driving those metrics in those areas. In doing so, we were able to build baseline data for what kind of content, what kind of messaging is working with our audiences in Washington Unified, and then also what kind of platforms in terms of delivery of those messages and content is actually working and effective. So with those two smaller contracts in year one, it allowed us to test the waters in a sense. And those contracts were unanimously approved by the board at that time, so we appreciate your investment in wanting to try something new. I think the metrics that we had at the time showed that chronic absenteeism in the district was approximately 30%, an all-time high for Washington Unified. A lot of factors that go into that. But it was an opportunity for us to try something new to address them and turn the needle. Now, in terms of ongoing partnership with this company in year two, the idea was in year one to test the waters, build some baseline information, and see if we could build off of that. And the idea in year two was to create a scope of work with this partner that was a continuous line of services for the entire school year. Whereas the other two were, I would say, short-term, or at least the one in regard to attendance was specific to Attendance Awareness Month in September, so it was basically a 30-day test period. And the enrollment period really started in November and ended with January, so we had a few months there. So we built then a scope of work that allowed us to build a plan for an entire year to see what that would yield for us. And again, that contract was also unanimously approved by the board last year. And that's the year, and currently that's what we're working with right now with Lamont Digital. Specifically, they highlight also areas of expertise, just like some other items that were on the board tonight, that are more niche or specialized areas of expertise, specifically with digital content creation and digital marketing. I bring that up because we sometimes in a school district or any organization, we sometimes do the same thing year after year and expect different results. What we noticed in terms of meetings with the community, public forums, meeting with student advisories at all of our high schools is that our audience, our demographic is changing in West Sacramento. Sure, we still continue to produce and distribute a lot of, I would say, traditional means of communication in terms of print, email, all that. But we also want to keep up with the times and incorporate cutting-edge tools and content and marketing that also give us the best leg forward in terms of telling our story, but also attracting new prospective families to the district as well. And that was really the focus in terms of bringing in a partner like this that has a wealth of expertise in terms of dealing with this. And they also have a great list of other clients, statewide agencies, even the governor's office that they work with for specific campaigns directed to reach hard-to-reach audiences in the state. And that was also something that we tried to build off here as well. So we do a lot of that work with them.
And then in terms of the budget, this has been allocated in our current budget. Is that an accurate statement? Okay. And so I think moving forward, as we think about this in the future, I know we're going to be looking at our general fund budget across the district. And so I imagine that this will be one of those pieces that we'll have to look at as well as we go forward. We have our budget meeting in 2 weeks, I think it's a district budget meeting, as well as we continue to do that. And then my shout out would be, as you move forward then with this work that we put in, is that Eric, who is here tonight that you brought, I think that having some former students like that would be really incredible if some of their stories could get out.
I appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
And I know that your department is very small and that other districts hire on additional folks that help do this work. And so I know that you don't have that. And so this is a way to bring people on to help. And also, as we look at our budget and might have reductions, we can do it in ways that are with a third-party vendor versus with employees that we have here as well. So considerations.
If I may too, just to piggyback off of your statements right now, at the time when we discussed in this forum a couple of years ago to see if this was a worthwhile endeavor for the board and for the district to pursue, the idea was to test the waters and test our capacity and bandwidth to determine, is it more feasible to work with a partner outside the district to help reinforce what we do great already, but to take us to a new level? Or is it going the other path in terms of, are we looking for someone that's in-house to hire to supplement the office that we have in communications as well? If I may, I also wanted to share a couple data points because I know with our new strategic plan, everything that we do is rooted in data, and we want to be data-driven in our strategies and our efforts and our resources so that they support your strategic priorities and the community's strategic priorities that you've outlined for student outcomes. So in 2021, when we noticed that we wanted to address those two areas specifically, projected enrollment in the district was 7,188. Actual enrollment that year was 7,240, a difference of 52 in the positive. In 22-23, projected enrollment was 7,215. Actual enrollment was 7,272, so a difference of 57, again in the positive, but we saw that was when we were starting to test the waters. In 23-24, projected enrollment was 7,128. Actual enrollment was 7,330, a difference of 202. So I think when we're looking at data to determine whether or not we are efficient and effective in the new strategies that we try and incorporate, this is what we're looking at in real time to determine, where we want to go in the future, whether or not we want to trim things or add or do something different. If I may also add a couple other data points in terms of attendance. After the first 105 school days of this current school year, I'm happy to report, and this data comes from our Student Services and Educational Services Office, there's been a 2% increase in average daily attendance compared to last school year, 5% decrease in chronic absenteeism compared to this point last year from the 105-day mark, and a 16% increase in students with an attendance rate of 95% or better. And those are the metrics that we use to drive all of our strategies in terms of being fiscally prudent to make sure that we're doing everything that we intend to do.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I just have a quick question and a follow-up. Just first and foremost, I support this. Those statistics that you just riddled off right there were really helpful for me. And it sounds as though that we are not in declining enrollment, basically off of, parts of the strength of this program. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. as a district, and especially when we've been facing declining enrollment on a statewide level, in our district, we've been able to maintain, and sometimes, just maintaining in the eye of a storm is great. And if we were to look at it in terms of dollars and cents, a $180,000 investment has protected roughly $3 million for the school district.
Okay, so is that, okay, no, that's actually helpful information. Thank you. I'll just, that.
Can I just add one thing to, I think it's just two things. One, what I think this partnership has allowed us to do is highlight the great work of our staff, because we know that attendance increasing, we've been just trying to make sure there's a way for our students to get into our classrooms. And that's the work of our outreach specialists, our counselors, our social workers, our teachers, thinking about the professional development we are doing to ensure that our lessons are culturally responsive, that our lessons are engaging and affirming and grade level. So the work is happening, but it was another way of, well, how do we get another way of letting the community know what our staff is doing to support kids? And so I think just that data, the data points you shared highlights that it was a way to say, to get an audience that we may not have had access to highlight all of the work that our employees are currently doing. And I believe there is also, Yorgos, you were able to work with the team to get some additional services without changing the dollar amount.
Thank you for that. So a lot of this partnership with Lamont is organic in the sense that they're great in terms of being in tune with our needs and where we want to go, and looking at real-time engagement data online and with everything that we're working on. This coming school year, in terms of this agreement that I bring before you today, it's identical in the sense of last year's agreement, but there are certain additional add-on features because there's specific asks that I have worked out with them in terms of services that they would provide to us. Specifically, we want to ratchet up our intensity with digital marketing and demographic targeting so that we can get more aggressive with attracting new families and also families that may have already left our district for another option where they may have thought, those options didn't exist here. So we want to turn the dial on that intensity to see what we can yield. Additionally, we want to do a lot of earned media and create a lot of earned media opportunities in terms of featuring the district more aggressively in local media outlets and statewide outlets as well.
Oh, we don't have to do public comments, huh, because we pulled this, or do we?
No, you can still.
Do you have any public comments?
No public comments.
Okay, so no comments from anymore. Second, moved, Vice President Pizzotti, second by Trustee Venegas. Okay, Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong. What?
That's Vietnamese for yes.
Oh, okay. I thought she said nah. I was like,
Wow.
okay.
Wow.
I'm so sorry. And I too say aye. Okay,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Yo digo que sí.
All right. And there are no board governance, board superintendent comments. Yes, Dr. Hildreth.
Yes, I just want to thank all of our wonderful staff. We're at the end of the school year, and it is the last board meeting before our last day of school. So just such great work that has happened throughout the year, and the commitment from all of our teams in every department and every division is evident. So I just want to say thank you. And as people take well-deserved breaks, even though it might be at different times, we want you to get the rest and come back ready to do it all again. Looking forward to our summer school and ELOP programs, and there's lots of information on the website. And It's graduation promotion season, and it started for us last night with Washington Middle College graduates, and just looking forward to senior send-off walks and celebrations, and there's a lot of good things happening, and we also recognize that there are some needs that we want to address, because in order to have focus on instruction, you need to make sure that you're physically and emotionally safe for all in our schools and our district offices. So just want people to know that we heard you, and we will do better in communicating what we're doing to provide the support needed that has been expressed this evening.
Thank you. Trustee Venegas.
Yes, I'll keep mine short. Yeah, thank you to every single member on the board and our community and our staff and our educational leaders. I love living in West Sacramento, serving West Sacramento. I know we hear the word relentless a lot, but I'm just going to use passionate. I have passionate neighbors. I have passion. There's passion everywhere in this beautiful city, and passionate can lead to engagement. And I applaud the board and everybody and our staff for just listening and making room for that passion. Because it's from el corazón, you know, and I think that, you know, when we lead with our heart, we lead with love, we always find a way. So thank you all. Get some rest. Kobe, get some rest.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Wong.
The voice from beyond. I'll keep it short and sweet. Just grateful to my colleagues yesterday who represented at Washington Middle School graduation. It's the first graduation I think I've missed in 8 years. Really had full FOMO, but apologize. I had to be in Los Angeles for a 2-day commission, first time California Commission meeting that I had to host. But just grateful for all that and total FOMO. I also had the privilege and honor of being part of the induction ceremony last week, and it is, again, Rahale and our staff do such a wonderful job. All the volunteers, all the mentors, with all the new teachers, and kind of seeing them just, you know, be proud of their presentations was just absolutely inspiring. So really grateful that our district pours into and believes in professional development and mentorship. So, and that's it for me.
Thank you. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Sure. Yes, happy Classified Employees Week, and thank you to everybody in our district for all that they do. It really is a gift to serve, to be here, to be a mom with this district. I'm just really grateful. I wanted to speak to a few of the things this evening. I don't have any committee updates, but I wanted to speak to a couple of the public comments. One would be, we heard a lot this evening about safety, and so I think it's important to have a safety meeting with our community, with our staff. We talked about that at our 2x2, and I think that is an important piece to give space for those voices. I also wanted to speak to the cell phone piece, because I've really lived it this year in terms of seeing in my workplace outside of Washington Unified, seeing the danger that phones do in terms of the fights, you know, egging on a fight to take a video, meeting me here. I mean, they really add a layer, as our teachers spoke to, that can really add a lot of negative consequences in many ways, and being on the phone during class and learning. So, but we also had a great success this year where we did the Yonder bags that they spoke to, but I wanted to speak a little bit to that, to a different perspective, because what we found with those bags, so kids put their phone in the bag, and we did a soft 2-week rollout, because we know, just like adults, if I took all of your phones, you're going to get really angry and mad and anxiety, and we knew that with our kids too. And so it was a soft, they had 2 weeks of reminder, 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 and then it was non-negotiable. And but what we found very quickly with the Yonder bags, they would put them in, but they very quickly learned how to rip them open, burn them, explode them, do everything else. And so at this point in the school year, even though every student was given a Yonder bag and the district spent a huge investment on it, 0 Yonder bags are being used anymore because the kids have to check out the end with a magnet. So you can see if they're using them or not because you need a magnet at the front of the school. So I'll just speak to the point that I do not think that it was a financially good use of money because they only lasted for a couple weeks. However, it did help with incentive to say, put it in your Yonder bag or it gets locked up in the office. And so where they went to was a 0 tolerance of, if it's in the backpack and we can't see it, then we can't see it. And any staff member that sees a phone out, you don't get a warning anymore. It just gets locked up in the office till the end of the day. And if that happens to you 5 times, then there's another consequence. So there's a system to be able to make sure that the phones are manageable. So I just share that because I think people like a quick answer. And the Yonder Bags companies do a very good job of advertising, and it does look really like a great program. And it's some schools where maybe students are treating them with care, it is working well, but I've seen the side of, they also buy giant magnets and then they all go in the bathroom and meet everybody and take them all out too. So, I mean, it's just, but you can make a culture shift versus, because they find ways to get them open. So I wanted to share that perspective with us as we think about that. But I do think that it has to be addressed. I think we have to have a phone-free school environment. I think it's kind of non-negotiable for safe campuses and to ensure that learning's happening. And then I wanted to speak to the solar field. I know that in the past, our third-party vendor did have to come out and manage and cut that down and clean them, but let's just maybe connect to make sure that that happens. And then also, of course, the department chair pieces. I appreciated hearing that there was some disconnect with the way department chair is working at the high school and how the solution to make that addressed. So those are mine. I hope everyone has a really just a really great end to the school year, that it's smooth and wonderful with our kids, and that they have safe and enriching summers, whether it's in our programs within our district or time with their families.
Right. Vice President Pizzotti.
Thank you. I wanted to just comment about the scholarship awards program or ceremony that I went to the other night with Dr. Hildreth, and I was blown away at how much money was given by our community, by even our teachers, by our, basically all the people that just love our kids, right, and love our community to death. And what was really fascinating was it was also the presentation of the valedictorian medals. And unbelievably, 72 out of roughly 500 students graduating are receiving valedictorian medals, which means, and this was even more mind-boggling to me, was a 4.0 every semester, even though they started in 9th grade during COVID, during lockdown. That to me just shocked. I was floored, absolutely floored. And so there's 72 valedictorians. I've never heard of such a thing. And it's just shows that how special this graduating class is. And it made me feel really good about what the future looks like. So yeah, that was super impressive. And then also last night's Washington Middle College graduation, and seeing Annabelle Camacho, our former student board member, graduating with 2 AA degrees and going on to a 4-year school on a full scholarship. Like that's just make sure, your heart overfull. So yeah, I love seeing that. This is the best time of year. So I did want to talk about some things that have already been discussed. I want to say, to those that made public comments about safety on campuses, the Riverbank campus, and some of the comments that were made, we hear you, and it, we shouldn't have a place where staff are uncomfortable on their own campus. That should not be the case. we need to change the culture there and change the climate. So however we need to do that, we need to look into it. And I certainly hope that we can address those concerns. You said it about the phone usage, and it was said, pretty much by all the high school teachers that came up and said that it's a massive, massive problem. But what is also a problem is the, bathrooms at the high school and the problems of students doing drugs and vaping and just making it inaccessible for a lot of people, right? It's the select few that are messing up the usage of a whole lot more. And we need to address that problem too. So that is something that I certainly hope we find a way to make sure that all students are comfortable in using the restrooms. As well as there's drugs being used at the campus. We need to kind of put a kibosh on that too. Also, I wanted to call out the senior prank / hate speech vandalism. I think President Knapp had it right. If there was hate speech, which I didn't see, and I haven't seen any evidence of it, but I didn't see pictures of what it was, what the prank was, we can't tolerate that. Like, that's just not okay under any circumstances. So, I understand it's seniors blowing off steam, pranking, and we did a bunch of things too when I was a kid. Like, we put all the, courtyard chairs on the roof, right? So.
I know nothing of this.
Right. We did stupid stuff, but that is different than this, right? So that's not okay. And other than that, I think that's that.
All right. Well, everybody touched on everything that I wanted to say, so that helps me. Talking about the phones, the solar panels, cleaning that up, the graduation, beautiful. One thing that happened while we were at the graduation, though, was the athletes were signing for their choice of college at the same day. So a lot of the athletes were at River City picking their college that they were going to be going to, that whole scene of where are they going to go, here or there. So that happened at the same time. But it's okay. We know, and they're going to go make things and do things. So I'm excited for a lot of our athletes going somewhere and doing something now at a 4-year. Because, some of us, we stop at high school. We're like, all right, those were my years. I'm done unless I go and do a over so many age group for the city or something. But other than that, yeah, good job. Looking forward to many more graduations and celebrations. And so, yeah, good times. Okay.
I have one more.
Yes.
Thing that I forgot. I wanted to do one last shout out to our 3 student board members because this is their last meeting. So we had here Julia Shams from River City High School. We've had Diego Martinez from Yolo High School and Anna Maxwell from Washington Middle College. So they were unable to attend in person. We asked them if they could come. We wanted to highlight them, but they have been so invaluable and remarkable in their dedication and leadership and just the way we've seen them grow and the way they present and kind of ad-lib and putting in their own personality. So just want the students to know on behalf of the board, the district, we're so appreciative of their joining our governance team over this year. And it must be the time because I didn't thank our bargaining teams for CSEA of really working to support all of our classified employees. And that was the work together, some strong collaboration with the CSEA bargaining team to our district bargaining team. I'm just so thrilled that we're able to really focus on what we think is important, and that's our employees. So I didn't want to leave tonight without highlighting that true celebration.
Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. All right, now moving on to future board agenda items. The update on COVID funding presentation expected to happen in June 2024. Approval of the board governance calendar for 2024-2025, also in June. Approval of the board governance handbook, also in June. Approval of the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, June 2024. And school resource officers, SROs discussion, which we hope to have in August of 2024. And with on that note, we adjourn.
Thank you all for staying. Take a bite. Take a bite, yeah, right.
OMG.